can go. We still have some time for the inaugural ceremony to start.
গেছটো গৈছে বাপৰে গৰমত থাকিব পৰা নাই গেছ হৈ গৈছে একদম আমাৰ সৰু বেগটো আৰু এইটো তাতে আছে ইয়াতে লৈ আহোঁ নেকি হেলমেট কেইটা লৈ আহোঁ মই লৈ
বেছ প্লেটটো লাগি আছে তাতে
লগাই ল'বা
মই
আজি লেন্সত লগাব লাগে হা
লেন্সতে লগাম নাজানো আরে গাড়ি চাবিটো ক'ত থ'লে
তাতে থৈ দিয়া নেকি চাহ খোৱা জেগা
না
ইয়াতে ক'ৰবাত আছে চোৱা দাঙি চোৱা ক'ত যাব চিয়াৰ এইটো চিয়াৰত নেকি চিয়াৰত থৈ দিছে নেকি চোৱাচোন চিয়াৰত থাকি যাব আচ্ছা চিয়াৰ কেইখন যে টানিছিলা সেই বেগটো ডাঙৰ বাইকত লগাই থোৱা নাই বেগটো খোলাচোন বেগটো খোলা এইটো বেগটো খোলা জেপকেইটাত চোৱা নিজৰ আৰু সেই বাকচটো দিওঁ
Hello, hello, পাইছে? Hello, 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 পাইছে? Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
starting shortly. We are waiting for few guests to come over. So please be ready and be
Recording right
comfortable
now.
with your seats.
ৰেকৰ্ডিং এইটো এইটো দি দিম নেকি
এইটো এটা ইয়াতেও এতিয়াই নালাগে চাওঁ দাদা
যেতিয়া লাগিব তেতিয়া দিম
Technology, IIT Guwahati, welcome you to the International Seminar on Medicinal Plant Production and Advancement in Herbal Medicine, Nutraceuticals, Cosmetics and other herbal product formulation technologies. Well, Albert Einstein once said, if we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, would it? It is on the occasion like this, we get the opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. We look forward to get the exposure about what the best of the brains think about this very dynamic issue of advances in herbal products, nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals, present and future. We, the anchors, Laura Mohanty, Rashi Singh, Rupendra Tiwari and Agniprabha Roy will usher you through this two-day event. Now, coming to the aspects of herbal plants, nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals, it has been discovered and used in various traditional practices since prehistoric times. This includes several medicinal benefits along with health, nutritional and beautification values. The rise in population, inadequate supply of drugs, prohibitive cost of treatments, side effects of several synthetic drugs and a development of resistance to currently used drugs for infectious diseases has led to the increased prominence on the use of plant materials as a source of medicine for a wide variety of human ailments.
Good morning, everyone. So, in one side, we have a large bounty of biodiversity, and on the other, we are in constant need of chemicals for our daily use, whether it is medicine, be it food, be it safe chemicals for farming practices, safe chemicals for our daily use like cosmetics, sanitizers, or other specialty chemicals. To bridge these two, we need to, in one side, strengthen our research particles, which is going on in our academia as well as in industries, and on the other side, we need to build the ecology of manufacturing of this product, which requires a multidisciplinary activity, combining not only the industries but also the regulatory bodies, testing bodies, as well as the stakeholders. So in this two-day session, we will be exploring the areas, but the opportunities are lying, the challenges which are preventing those herbal raw materials or plants that can be made sustainable to make for the production of specialty chemicals. These specialty chemicals can be starting from food, medicines, farm chemicals, or other household specialty chemicals. So when we say ecology, it means that we build everybody together, we work with everyone. So with the dawn of new disease coming, herbal plants will always be our library where we can find our new solutions.
Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati, including this department, is working on various aspects of herbal, nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals related technologies and aims towards sustainable development of the revolutionary approach for the betterment of mankind. We would like to take the opportunity to thank VIBGYOR, a Northeast Foundation, a non-profit organization, for collaborating with SART with this wonderful event ahead. Last but not the least, we are extremely grateful to the National Medicinal Plants Board who has sponsored us for the event. So before we begin, there is a humble request on the behalf of the organizers to please keep your phones in silent mode during the sessions to avoid any disturbance to the speakers and prevent inconvenience in this very informative and interesting two-day program we have arranged for you. So without any further ado, we would like to request Professor Sanjukta Patra ma'am, Head of School, Agro and Rural Technology, give a welcome address and enlighten about her thoughts for the day. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected Professor Kakati, Deputy Director, IIT Guwahati, Dr. U. Suryanarayan and Rural Technology, IIT Guwahati. This definitely tells us about the significance of the understanding of School of Agro and Rural Technology about the significance of this particular topic, which we want to take it forward with the help of all of you who are participating in this event. Medicinal properties of plants have been recognized and practiced since thousands of years. However, and the World Health Organization has estimated that around 80% of the population worldwide rely on herbal medicine for their primary healthcare needs in some or the other forms. The acceptability of the raw material and its usage in various forms already exists. However, the scientific rationalization, the proper documentation, and availability in the form of appropriate processed products is the gap. And MedProTech is trying to address this gap of processing the available herbal raw materials to appropriate commercial products in the entire spectrum of required technology to the significance of protecting the traditional knowledge base in the form of intellectual property rights. And that's the reason the involvement of all different spectrums who could be the points to connect this entire event together has been taken forward by the School of Agro and Rural Technology, IIT Guwahati, through this particular event. I welcome you all on behalf of the School of Agro and Rural Technology, IIT Guwahati, and hope that this event will be instrumental to all the participants. With these few words, I welcome one and all again to this event and to IIT Guwahati. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. We humbly request our esteemed guests to ascend the dais and adorn the chair. First, I would love to call Professor S.K. Kakuti, sir, Deputy Director and Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering and School of Agro and Rural Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Good morning, sir. Now I would love to call Professor Sanjukta Patra, ma'am, Head of School of Agro and Rural Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Next on the dais, I would love to call Dr. M.S. Lakshmi Priya, ma'am, IAS Director of Ayush Assam. Next on the dais, I would love to call Manjulika Saiga Bhuya, ex-Administrative Secretary at Government of Assam, Department of Industries and Commerce. Next on the dais, I would love to call Sri Vijay Prakash, NSIC Zonal General Manager, NER. Next, I would love to call Professor Dr. Tanuja Nisari, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plants Board.
She will be joining us online. You can still clap for her. Just add the
Now we would like to request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for lighting the lamp.
felicitate the delegates. Please give round of applause for Sanjukta Patra ma'am. Give a big hand for MS Lakshmi Priya ma'am, IS Director of Ayush. Srimati Manjula Saika Bhuya, ex-Administrative Secretary at Government of Assam, Department of Industries and Commerce. Professor S.K. Kakoti, Sir, Deputy Director and Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering and SART, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Now that we all have settled in our seats comfortably, it is time for us to start the session. We request Professor S.K. Kakoti, Sir, former head of the school and inspiration behind this event as well. Apart from being the professor in mechanical engineering and SART, he is also the deputy director of the institution. Please give a great round of applause for Sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Patra, Dr. Priya, Srimati Manjula Saika Bhuya, and all the dignitaries online, also of the dais, and all the participants, delegates from different organizations, and my dear colleagues and students of IIT Guwahati, particularly School of Agro and Rural Technology. So, before I start saying something about this particular event, let me give you a brief introduction to this School of Agro and Rural Technology. This is still a site. Actually, this particular entity was started in 2016 as Center for Rural Technology. It was me and a group of other faculty members who initiated this particular center. It is because of our experience in disseminating technology for the benefit of the rural people. We have been working with a project called Rural Technology Action Group, which was conceptualized and initiated by Dr. R. Sidambaram, former Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. And with his concept, the first RUTA was started in IIT Madras. Second was in Uttarakhand. Initially it was run by one NGO, later on it was shifted to IIT Roorkee. And third was IIT Guwahati. So we started our operation from 2006. So mandate was to interact with the rural people and to answer out their problems, technological issues, and to address those issues, taking them into the fold in development. So that journey started, and in that journey, we have found, even though there are many good outcomes, we also face some difficulties particularly in terms of getting appropriate manpower for developing technologies. So we conducted some training programs, SART training programs, etc., management training also. But then we realized technology developers are also required. Technology managers also are required. So that is how we thought of starting a center for rural technology, which can create a pool of manpower who can deploy and deliver in the rural sector. With that motivation, this center was started in 2016. Initially, we started with an MTech program and PhD program, and it was going well. We have done good things 2016 onwards, and there was a realization in the institute, particularly director was of the opinion, the present director, Professor Sitaram, he was particularly interested to have some BTech program also in rural technology. So he deliberated with us, all the stakeholders, whether this can be converted to a school from center. So that has happened last year, and it was converted to a school of Agro and Rural Technology. So I was the first head of the center. During my time, it was a Center for Rural Technology, and then I handed over my responsibilities to Dr. Sanjukta Patra. She became the head of the center, and during her time only, this is transformed to School of Agro and Rural Technology. Now, planning is going on so that we can induct the new BTech batch next July, next session. So for that, all efforts are given. Curriculum has been developed. It is awaiting approval of the Senate and Board of Governors. Faculty recruitment is also on the cards. Everything is planned. So we are going in a right direction. We have also incorporated Agro. That was also a realization when we are working in rural technology. The major sum comes to Agro technology. Even though there are other technologies other than farm technology, there are many other areas like weaving, like many other aspects. But Agro technology is also a big need of the people. That is why it was named as School of Agro and Rural Technology. I am very hopeful the school will be able to deliver as expected a pool of manpower capable of deploying themselves for a rural sector benefits, also disseminating new technology, new thoughts, and new management. There is a notion, many people think that when something is cheap, that is for rural. That notion is wrong. If something is cheap, it is not going to sustain. So it should be sustainable. Even if it is for rural people, it should be sustainable so that people have the confidence to use the technology. So with that motivation, we have been working, and I think you will be, those who are coming from outside, you will be happy to note that we have already developed about 20 technologies which are successfully disseminated not only in the northeast of India, also elsewhere in the country. Presently, we are working in a project in Gujarat. We have been invited by Maharashtra and Punjab government also. So we are in the process of doing something in other areas. The Gujarat work has already started. That scheme also includes some areas of Jammu and Tamil Nadu. So that way, even though this is Nutak Northeast and the School of Agro and Rural Technology IIT Guwahati, it has been able to cover many areas of the country. Actually, many technology which are relevant for Northeast rural sector, also relevant for many other rural areas in the country. So I will not say, I will tell you about the details of those products which are successfully implemented. But I will tell you the reason why it is successfully implemented. I mentioned that the whole development process, the root stakeholder is the end users. We initially start the problem definition with the end users, and we end up with use of the technology with the end users. That makes the technology transfer successful. So we never say that we have developed this technology. We do not say that I have developed or Rutag has developed or School of Agro and Rural Technology. We say that we have developed in collaboration with this NGO or this locality, these people, like that. So they are also part of the team. So that made some changes, some sort of positive changes in the scenario. So this is today's event is basically on medicinal plant. We always start with very humble approach, because you will be here for 2 days. You can visit. There is a medicinal garden, medicinal plant garden, very small garden, just beside the hospital or campus hospital. We have faced a lot of issues. Monkeys, monkey menace, then your jackals are also disturbing. Many times roots are taken off. Okay. Even then, we are able to do something in the medicinal plant garden, and we also have a lot of plans to develop this garden as a research source of research. So we started with that. Then I have found that many of our faculty members are very much interested in carrying out research on medicinal plants. And many students are also interested. So that is how things have been growing, and this is the part of that growth. This event is nothing but the part of that growth. We are yet to grow. It is still very nascent stage. It is. We have to take it together for its growth. Because you know, medicinal plants are around. Everybody knows. Okay? In and around we have medicinal plants. Many times we do not know what is its use, what is its usefulness, how it should be used. Okay? Whether it should be used in oil form or whether it should be used in dry form, what quantity. In allopathic system, you say it is doses. There is a method of calculation of doses for allopathic medicines. But for medicines, herbal medicines, at least scientifically, those calculations, to my knowledge, is missing. I think those things have to come up. Okay? We say that this particular plant is good for this particular disease. But how much you should consume? In what form? How many times? So those things are not very scientifically determined till now. So these are the areas where multi-staking is required. Somebody will be developing the technology, somebody will be developing the protocols for use, somebody will be developing the modalities for transfer of the technology, somebody will be thinking of how it can be stored safely. So there are many areas where we can always collaborate. So I think this event will be very much beneficial to all the delegates, all the participants, and it will be a beginning for changing the scenario of use of medicinal plant in the most scientific way. So I express my happiness that organizers are doing very hard, and also the participants are very enthusiastic. So I wish this 2 days event ends successfully and everybody is able to take home something which you can utilize for future collaborations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and gracious presence. Let us now move on to the next addressal of opening remarks. We request our distinguished guest, Dr. M.S. Lakshmi Priya, IAS Director of Ayush, to kindly share her views and thoughts for the program. Ma'am, please.
Good morning to everyone. Professor S.K. Kapati, Deputy Director, Professor Department of Mechanical Engineering and SART IIT. Dr. U. Surya Narayana Murthy, I suppose, who will be joining us. Professor Sanjukta Patra, Professor, Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, and the Head of School of Agro and Rural Technology. Srimati Manjula Saikya Boya, Ex-Administrative Secretary, Government of Assam. Sri Vijay Prakash, who I suppose once again is joining us online. And Professor Tanuja Nesari, once again I suppose she is joining online. And some of our distinguished guests who are of the dais, Dr. Ketaki Bapat, Advisor, Officer, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister. Friends, I thank you for having been invited to this program today. I come here in the capacity of Mission Director of National Ayush Mission, the Government of Assam, and Director in the Directorate of Ayush, in addition to my substantial post as Mission Director of National Health Mission of the state of Assam. So, as far as Ayush Ministry is concerned in the state of Assam, we very much look forward to collaboration with premier institutions of research like IIT Guwahati, because what happens here in institutions like these are necessarily to be translated to the field should you wish that your hard work have any impact on people in large. So what we see when we work in the field are, say for example, a molecule that I'm sure as part of your research activity you would isolate and study more about, apply and incorporate it in such manners that they are useful. Unless that activity is done, any drug that is being used by alternate system of medicine will find it very difficult to be appealing to the larger scientific community, surely because most of the evidences would turn out to be rather anecdotal. It makes applicability of any drug limited unless you can come up with a rationale to employ a particular formula, a particular molecule with a strong scientific work behind it. It becomes very difficult to argue on behalf of the Ministry of Ayush or of indigenous medicine for larger applicability of a particular molecule or a drug or a preparation for problems for which we kind of want Ayush Ministry to take over. So there are certain conditions, say for example a surgery. I'm sure we are thinking of surgery to be done by non-modern medicine doctors. But there are many other conditions, that various chronic conditions which many times have a lot of appeal with herbal medicines, indigenous medicines and alternate system of medicines. So what I think is of most importance is what the Deputy Director referred to in his address a while back, when he said that a lot of technologies which appear very simple have been developed by these schools, and I'm sure in other schools across the country as well, and that they are being employed in Northeast and in other parts of the country. That's very encouraging, because that's precisely what we as people from the field would like to be seen in larger magnitude coming up from research institutions as this one. So we can, because we know what the problems are there in the field. So I'll cite a very, very easily understandable example of people who have been acquainted with Assam would know that we have a big problem of anemia, especially among our pregnant women, and Assam has a very high maternal and infant mortality rate, which during many times is directly correlated to their very, very low hemoglobin. If you will go a bit more into it, and I think I can speak at length about it, because I work in that field not only in the capacity of Ayush Director, but primarily in the capacity of Mission Director of National Health Mission. So that's my primary job, to ensure that less number of mothers and children die in the state of Assam. And one major reason, if you look into it, is because they have very, very low hemoglobin. You will not believe me, I'm sure, if I tell you that we have women who are pregnant, maybe near term, and who simply walk around as though nothing has happened, and their hemoglobin is just 2, sometimes 3. Can you imagine that? So if 2 points drop, she has no hemoglobin at all. And they are so used to it, their system is so used to it, because they have always had very, very low hemoglobin. Now, because of the increased demands of pregnancy, of course she is under much more stress, and any normal process of delivery will involve some amount of blood loss, and the moment that normal amount of blood loss happens, her 2 or 3 hemoglobin will go down into nothing, and then we lose her. So this is a very, very big concern for the state of Assam, where I'm talking about an extreme case. I'm sure you understand that not all women walk around with 3 or 2 hemoglobin, but we have seen such cases, yes. So my point is that when it's a possibility that you study, say a molecule or a preparation or a drug or a plant, or I do not know, whatever it is that you can catch hold of, and if you can come up with something that can indicate, I have gone through a number of studies which show that a particular plant, perhaps plant preparation is perhaps useful, perhaps something else is useful, and so on. But we need that backup from your side, so we can at least attempt to do something in the field. One can't intervene with something into lives of pregnant women. It's just too risky. So how do I take a decision that we go ahead and do it? So I suppose these programs that you are holding now, and I'm sure large research works that are happening at the backdrop, will come up with some solution, some suggestions to us who work in the field sooner than later, because this knowledge about various molecules that are isolated from plant products and so on have been very ancient, to be simply put. And many of the modern medicine drugs have taken their origin from many barks and leaves and roots that were used earlier on, and now we are identifying what the component is, and then we are refining it to make modern medicine drugs. Therefore, I urge the scholars here and whoever else is doing this work, that if you can think of applicability, because our problems are very big in the field and you all are doing a lot of hard work. So if you can think of applicability of any of your work in the field, then should you feel you want to do something in the field, should you feel you need some information from the field, or you want to put in some of your work in the field, we'll be more than happy to work with you on that. So that much I can say, that should there be something that IIT wishes to come up with in such ways that it has applicability and utility in the field, then Directorate of Ayush and Mission of Ayush will be happy to associate with you. So that one thought I wanted to put into your heads, if I may, that yes, we are looking forward to having your research in such ways that they are applicable in the field. I'm not talking about a small study here, one block there, 10 houses there. That's fine when you are initially trying to understand. But if you can come up with a roadmap, if a roadmap can be shown to us as to which direction you think will be best, if we employ a group of interventions, perhaps we'll be very happy to take it up. So, and a man was telling me a while back about mental health and how we can go about in that. So any suggestion that way, because the government of Assam is very focused on overall development of the health scenario in the state, simply saying health system strengthening. So whether it comes from this or that, we are open to any suggestions of from anywhere, should it be of utility to the larger, if you see, of the state, the people of the state. I'm primarily talking about pregnancy because that is our primary concern, but anything else is welcome as well. And I thank IIT for having invited me over for this program. I was supposed to stay back for a technical session, which I'm unfortunately not able to. I thank everyone for having had me here, and I hope we will work together in future. And I wish all the best to everyone who is sitting here and to the school itself, and congratulate the organizers for having come up with this idea, and I wish the best and success for today's program and all programs in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your wisdom and valuable blessings. Now I would love to call on stage Ms. Arunima Thar to felicitate our distinguished guest of honor, Srimati Manjula Saika Bhuya, ex-Administrative Secretary of Government of Assam, now I would love to request Ms. Arunima Thar to come on the dais and felicitate our distinguished guest of honor, Shri Vijay Prakash, NSIC, Zonal General Manager in ER.
Srimati Manjula Saika Bhua, ex-Administrative Secretary of Government of Assam, Department of Industries and Commerce, to kindly share her views and thoughts for the program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm too short so you can't see me. So can I just do this? No problem. Just a no problem. No problem. Dr. S.K. Kapti, Director, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering and SART, IIT Guwahati. Mr. Vijay Prakashji, NSIC General Manager, Madam Sanjukta Patraji, distinguished guests, my dear students, analysts, scholars, and whoever present here, and also the media and press present today. And the organizer, of course. It is indeed a great pleasure to be present today here in this conference. I'm grateful for giving me this opportunity to speak. But at the very outset, I would like to admit that I don't have any expertise on the caption subject, but however, I have little experience which I can share with you. In the recent years, there has been a considerable growth. You all are aware that sales of herbs and herbal medicinal products and starting a herbal business has come with many prospects. It's a very profitable business and also people they admire. So this field really has good impetus in society. Many people, especially in the developed countries, actually they have been recognizing these benefits of herbal medicines nowadays and really now slowly switching over from conventional pharmacy. So very apt today that you have this kind of conference and deliberations to understand the depth of it. Herbal medicines are being used, in India from the very age. Especially it is written in the Rigveda, in the Charak Samhita. It is mentioned there. So initially herbs have been used by the people traditionally and from their experiences. It was nothing kind of research or so, it was trial and error method, because those days there was no medicines, no nothing pharmacy, nothing was there. So a group of experts actually slowly, gradually have evolved. Now, present circumstances, the institutions like yours, IIT Guwahati, it's very, very, very welcoming that you are coming forward to work in this field. Herbal medicines are also used since long back, and to my knowledge, maybe 6000 BC. Actually, the Ayurveda was used in India. China probably 5000 BC. And this, our modern system of medicines have started since about 1800 AD. So it's age old. The traditions that traditionally that we use are age old. While I'm saying, even as of today, myself personally, when I get up in the morning, I have my green tea with either ginger, lemongrass, which is grown in my own home garden, or basil, whatever it is. And I feel very comfortable. During the first COVID lockdown, I was on duty, so I had to come. Those days was very scary about COVID, and I had to come back from my duty at maybe 1 o'clock after organizing everything for the COVID patients in the medical hospitals and all. Those days, you can understand how vulnerable it was. But by the grace of God, as well as I feel, because we use this kind of traditional medicines, herbs, or aromatic, whatever plants available locally in my home garden has helped me. I'm very sure for that. Why I'm mentioning, because the experiences are also very important when you do the scientific research on this subject. Now I will not speak on those aspects because this will be deliberated definitely during these 2 days. I will restrict myself, my speech, to the regulatory framework or the compliances that is required. Herbal medicines, as per World Bank report, I can say that it is expected to reach US $5 trillion by 2050. So as I just was going through, I found. So the market, there is no doubt it's a good market. Now how to take forward this particular business. Initially there was no regulation set for controlling the quality of herbal medicines, and the practitioners relied on their experiences on proper identification of the plants. Gradually, some regulation developed, and the first organized regulation on quality is the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940. Whenever such scientific research are taken forward, I would suggest this particular act should be kept in mind, and also the Cosmetic Rules 1945. A lot of amendments have done, but you can Google and see. This act initially prescribed the standards of Ayurvedic, Siddha, Unani medicines, and laid down certain rules and regulations on manufacture. So manufacturing of herbal drugs or the plant, from the plant, you have to follow certain rules and regulations. That is very important to go through. I come back to Northeast India. I belong to Assam. So I would like to really vouch and also be proud about that. It's one of the richest reservoir of plant diversity and supports about 50% of the India's total plant diversity. I'm very sure. I'm lucky to be here. And not in the states of India, one of the richest repositories of medicinal and aromatic plants in the entire world. This region is actually well known for diverse culture of human races and home for large number of ethnic people here. Why I am mentioning ethnic people? Because ethnic people from the age old days, they have been using traditional medicines from these plants and herbs. That is why. This is actually so popular because of the experience that they had, an abundant availability of plants in this region. which is very important. Due to its because maybe this is an agro-climatic zone, and you know very well it's a bio hotspot. So these particular maybe 10 lakhs, what I saw sometimes back is 10 lakhs total species may be there. Out of that, only 20,000 as per WHO report. Only 20,000 species have been so far made use for this treatment. So there is an ample scope for those gaps. We can really harp on them. Well, medicinal plant species, normally the rhizome, the names, scientific names are not going to see because we will be deliberating on those. But now, even today, people they use to cure headache, joint pain, then skin rashes, etc. These are available locally, especially Arunachal Pradesh, VIBGYOR, abundantly. I would also like to mention here the spices that we use. In fact, every day I carry ginger, which is dried at home. I carry even canning. It's so useful, It's so useful. You feel very comfortable. Your digestion system also helps. There's no harm. So this kind of spices, turmeric, very famous, the content ginger, black pepper, large cardamom, chilies, all these are available locally here. So I really feel that these Asian ginseng are available locally very much. This has not only the domestic market demand but also international demand. That means the industries can grow here. Now how do we start the herbal business? How can we start? It's profitable, there's no doubt. It's a good, but you need a good business model. It's not that you will pick up something and you will go ahead. Yes, after the research, the product will come up. The product has to be marketed. Then you have to go for a business model. So to start this type of business, you need to have the prior knowledge of the traditional medicines. That means like a herbalist, and also maybe a herbal medicine degree. Of course, important for all of us. Next comes the permissions, and to manufacture any type of Ayurvedic or herbal product in India, you will need a license from Ayush. I'm very sure the Ministry of Ayush is here, and definitely they will elaborate and deliberate on detail how this particular license can be broken. There are 3 steps, and they will definitely, I request that this should be known to all of us, what are the mandatory and compliances that we need to follow. Next is the standard quality of drugs and cosmetics, which is important. If there is no quality, you cannot market. You cannot go ahead with that. So standard quality of drugs means that the drugs or cosmetics comply with the quality standards, and I mentioned the second schedule of this sale on the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940. It is in the second schedule. You can go through. Since the herbal products seller are involved in the sales of health nutrient supplements and body care products comes under this act. Body care product as well. Normal is GST, that is applicable. You know FASA, that is the Food Standards and Safety Authority of India, is the regulatory authority for regulating and supervising the food safety standards in India. So anyone who intends to have authority to handle a food business, including manufacturing, processing, or packaging. Packaging is very important. Packaging is one of the sectors where actually more research will be done. Or delivering any eatable items, it is a mandatory under FASA registration as per the law. Other normal VIBGYOR online, so 1-page online registration, VIBGYOR, any industry you have to set up, you have to go through. NOC from pollution control, is a normal procedure, license from drugs and pharmaceuticals, and general, either municipality or anywhere, the local body, the commission. All these are mandatory. These are the compliances to set up any industry. I come to my small things that Now there are about 25 industries, such industries in Assam itself. I can name few of them. I requested the organizer to invite some of the industries to share their experiences. That will be very nice, otherwise we will not understand actually in film how they have been doing. Mostly pharmaceutical industries. The pharma industry, Sun Pharma, then Ajanta Pharma, Ozan Pharma, Hitaro Pharma, Pure and Cure, Imami, Hindustan Lever Limited in Appalachia, Godrej Consumers, Patanjali, you all are aware. These are a few that I would like to name. In Assam, there is a Assam Ayurvedic products. I think 1967 it was started. Even today, the products are sold, and people even today they use those products, including maybe very simple honey or a aromatic tea, oil, ointments, etc. I would like to end up with my small suggestions, if they're nice or mine, because there is no organized plantation. Now the first point is where we do get the raw material. I'm talking from the perspective of industries. So there is no organized plantation. You are aware that this product will be made from this plant, but whether the plant is available abundantly for having a volume of production, that is number one. Next is the sustainability. You should deliberate whether sustainable. Since Agro and Rural, School of Agro and Rural Technology is there, I would suggest that you should really look into this aspect and should collaborate. As Madam Lakshmi Priyasi has told already, they should collaborate with Ayush, they should collaborate with other institutes like Indian Institute of Plastics or such bodies and the industries located especially in Northeast, and have a sustainability viewpoint we have to really look at. And then scientific community should come forward, should do the larger application of medicines. I feel that these are the few things that in my mind it came. I initially also told you that I am not an expert, but I love this particular topic because this touches our heart, and I feel very comfortable personally to be with these herbs and medicines on a regular basis we use, and these uses are not commercial. I would urge upon this particular forum to go and think about how commercial viability can be done, and all Mrs. Scholars, my best wishes to all of you to kindly, all the researchers, universities, and the students, to really work in this field more and more. You will enjoy working as we do as a general public. As a public servant, my last but not the least request is that how this public, the local people of this northeastern region can we also become one of your partner in this process. With these few words, I end my small speech, and thank you once again to the organizer for inviting me and also to give me this opportunity to speak a few words. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Our humble thanks to you, ma'am, for sharing such inspiring words. Let us now invite virtually the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Tanuja Neshri, Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plant Board, who has also generously sponsored this entire two-day event to address the hall.
Namaskar. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Audible?
Yes, ma'am, please carry on.
Namaskar. On behalf of National Medicinal Plant Board and Ministry Ministry of Ayush, myself Dr. Tanuja Nesri, CEO, National Medicinal Plant Board. I wish to congratulate VIBGYOR and any foundation and the SART Guwahati for organizing this very meaningful and the important international seminar on medicinal plant production and advancement in herbal medicine, nutraceutical, cosmetics, and other herbal product formulation technologies. At the outset, I also wish to congratulate the organizers and all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Professor S.K. Kakoti, Deputy Director and Professor, Department of Medicinal Engineering and SART, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, Madam M.S. Lakshmi Priya, IS, Director of Ayush, Assam, for highlighting the medicinal plant sector issues, challenges and the roadmap. I am also thankful to Srimati Manjula Saikiya, ex-Administrative Secretary at Government of Assam, Department of Industries and Commerce. Even though Madam mentioned about she highlighted very important aspects about the market and the other aspects of the medicinal plant. Even though she said she is unaware about this sector, but her presentation was very meaningful. And our friend and the scientist K. Bapat and all the esteemed delegates who are on the dais and of the dais, MS Pitapi, Dr. Siddharth Singla, and all the esteemed faculty, students, scholars, and the stakeholders, academicians, researchers, international bodies, representatives from relevant states, governments, entrepreneurs, startups, policymakers, bureaucrats, and technocrats. It's really heartening to know that IIT Guwahati, SART, and VIBGYOR has provided this platform, one platform where each and every stakeholder, they come on the same platform and discuss the medicinal plant issues and what are the main themes. I'm sure the key performance indicators and takeaway definitely will be arisen out of this entire conference, which aims at the themes herbal products for medicine, nutraceutical, cosmeceuticals and other applications, advanced analytical technology for herbal product testing, medicinal plant cultivation and tissue culture technology, value chain development for herbal products. And we are very happy to support for this initiative because NMPB is a coordination body under Ministry of Ayush which supports for all the activities for the development of medicinal plants within the India and outside India pertaining to conservation, cultivation, research and development in medicinal plants. As we have understood and realized the importance of medicinal plants for the immunomodulation and for the prevention and the management of the COVID-19 pandemics. And under the visionary leadership of our Sri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister, every initiative taken by Ministry of Ayush has supported the national health system to maintain healthy status intact, and where the medicinal plants have played a very important role. All NER region and various states also have contributed a lot for providing raw material, which was really a call of the pandemic for all those supply and also maintaining the supply chain management of medicinal plants at the right time. And as mentioned by the earlier speakers, the increased world herbal trade, which stands at US 120 billion and is expected to reach 5 trillion by 2050, that provides the huge opportunity for each stakeholders for the promotion and integration of traditional medicine system into primary healthcare and other application sector is also crucial for achieving many sustainable development goals, and it really gives us the best opportunity for boosting the livelihood of the farmers, of the tribals, of the sectoral, and also boosting the economy of the India and across the India. Ayush is being largely dependent upon the plants, because we say that in more than 97% raw material comes from the plant for the industry, and assured supply of quality herbal raw material is crucial for the growth of the sector, because till now the sector is highly unorganized. There is a lot of scope for the R&D, lot of scope for infusing the technology to, and also for providing the quality raw material, and also establishing supply chain management. In this way, it is not only for one plant or the two plants, but more than 1200 plants which are in high demand in the commercial use. We really have, it is a high time to do the R&D, serious R&D research technology, and establish supply chain management. And the institutions like IITs and the agriculture technologies are very, very important. And I appeal to each and everyone to initiate, to take up the research projects, especially in the medicinal plant areas. And NMPB will be very happy to support good projects on research and development on conservations. And we also have a lot in past the national campaigns like Giloy campaign, Avla campaign, and now we are very happy that this year during Ayurveda Day on 23rd October, with the Honorable Minister, at the hands of Honorable Minister, who also belongs from Assam, Sri Sarvananda Sonowalji, and Tribal Minister Mundaji, we could launch Ashwagandha campaign, because this is the plant which is in the highest third on the list of third in US and various other countries, and it is in high demand for its export, and even in India the industry's demand is huge. So for Ashwagandha campaign to have the quality raw material, and we are very happy that this is the first plant which is entered into UK market as MHRA UK regulation, and also NHS has approved this as a medicine. So like now it is being exported and promoted as a health supplement, but this is the first plant which is as a medicine. So there is a lot of scope to do R&D, quality development, so that many plants can enter as a medicine, and the industry for the export market also will be the huge. And I'm sure these platforms will support to have networking, to discuss the issues and challenges and come out with the possible solutions. And I urge the organizers to submit a report and the solutions in the form of reports, so that NMPB will take it up and include in the policies and the scheme, so that it could be useful to the larger sectors. I hope that the proposed IIT Guwahati and other partner organizations and manufacturers about the scope and importance of medicinal plant sector. Furthermore, it is anticipated that this international seminar will open up the global market for quality medicinal plant products from India. I wish the organizers and all the participants in this international seminar have a significant deliberations on medicinal plant sector. Seminar be successful with the desired tangible outcomes. Thank you very much. It's a pride, privilege, and honor to have with this and sharing this esteemed dais, even though it is not physical, but it's really because all my colleagues, they have also joined me to share the views from NMPB, the senior officers. So once again, I wish grand success, and I'm really thankful from bottom of my heart for providing this opportunity to share the views of NMPB online. Thank you.
much perspective to the topic so articulately. Now we may call upon the dais Shri Vijay Prakash, NSIC Zonal General Manager. Sir, please share your valuable thoughts on this event with us.
Namaskar. First of all, with my regards to the dais and online madam which is present from Ayush, and friends, colleagues and brothers and sisters. What exactly NSIC and Ministry of MSME does, I will tell you in 2-3 lines, that whatever, the moment you create your product, moment you develop your product, to market your product and to get it established in the market, we support through all variety of schemes, which includes sending the entrepreneur or the product to the domestic or international market in highly subsidized manner, maybe sometimes is 100% free also. If you develop a product or services and want to participate in fair which is there in Delhi, IITF, India International Trade Fair, or you want to go to Germany to participate in MBRT Fair, most of the time we support you to go there with almost free of cost from Government of India. It's very simplified processes are there, which maybe I'll tell you in the technical session tomorrow. But one, the registration of your company; two, support of your company to develop your market; third, to support you in associating the companies or the small farmers for your raw material; fourth one to support you through the banks. If you want to have some loans, collateral free, those kinds of things are also available through KVIC, through Ministry of MSME and through NSIC. So friends, if you want to take any support, if you want to take any help, if you are having some problem in doing registration of company, if you are having some problem doing your product registration in any of the authorities, please come to us. We are National Small Industries Corporation Limited. It's a Government of India corporation. We are a profit-making, dividend-paying company to the Government of India, a 22,000 crore company, having more than 60 offices across India, and we are present at Bamuni Maidan, 3rd by lane, Bamuni Maidan Industrial Estate. I am Zonal Manager, and we support you for anything. If you want to go, as I explained earlier, if you want to go to IITF, or just now 1st December to 10th December, there will be Hornbill Festival. If you want to sell your product, come to us. We will support you going there. If you want to show, display or show your product to the food show in Shillong or food show Ahar in Delhi or Dubai, we will support you in all due courses with all practical sense, right? So if you want, you can note down my number itself. It's 9810115567. 9810115567. Just send a message and come to us, be our guest, have a cup of tea with us, and we'll solve all your problems. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and such putting such perspective to the topic. It seems we have almost come to an end to the inaugural session. There is a provision of high tea outside for everyone, but before we close the inaugural phase, I would like to invite Dr. Sudeep Mitra, sir, Assistant Professor, School of Agro and Rural Technology, to deliver the vote of thanks to the hall. Give a great round of applause, guys.
Good morning, everyone. So, Dr. Sina has given me the responsibility to deliver the vote of thanks, and it was wonderful to see some of the old friends and colleagues. Manjula ma'am, nice to see you back again, and also Dr. Lakshmi Priya, she had to leave for the meeting. So, let me start the formal vote of thanks. Thank you all of you, first of all. And I think all of you deserve a round of applause for coming here. And I think that after a long time, especially after lockdown, today this particular room, this hall 2 is one of the largest room here in the conference complex, and it looks pretty much full. That's a pleasant feeling. Thank you once again. So our heartfelt thanks to our own Professor Kakuti, Honorable Deputy Director, for finding time and be here sometime. And he also had to leave for some urgent meeting. Thanks also to Dr. M.S. Lakshmipriya, Director Ayush, and also she is the Director of National Cultivation and previous DC of Bombay. Manjula ma'am, thank you very much for coming. You are always here whenever we call. Mr. VIBGYOR, nice to see you. You could make it finally in the conversation. And Madam Tanuja Nesari, online. Ma'am, good to listen your words, and I'm sure that as organizing team, School of Agro Technology has noted down your suggestions. And finally, vote of thanks to our own head of the department, Professor Sanjukta Patra, for being here and giving the welcome address to all of you. IITG administration, our SART, School of Agro Technology office staffs, media, photographer, video cameraman, and finally all the students, because without your help, I'm sure that it's not been possible for Dr. Sinha to make such a wonderful show. And of course, finally the thanks to Dr. Sinha, Dr. Sinha, he also deserves a loud applause. And last but not the least, thanks to the weather god. Because the way it was going, we thought that probably it will rain even today. Today is very wonderful. After the conference, not in between, whenever you get time, go outside and you can click a couple of pictures. Thank you once again for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, on your closing remarks. Now I would request Dr. Siddharth Sinha, Assistant Professor, School of Agro and Rural Technology, to convey few words before we wind up.
Thank you, Laura. It's really a wonderful sight here. We are seeing a full house after quite long COVID days. At the outset, I want to thank NMPB for giving us the opportunity to organize this wonderful event. And of course, this event is not successful without the resource persons, delegates, speakers who are here and who will be there for next 2 days. Before we conclude this session, I just wanted to highlight some of the points which probably you would like to see in next 2 days. There will be a technical session today, the technical session 1, where we would be listening to experts from the field of preclinical and clinical studies, where they would be highlighting about medical research which is going on for herbal products. Then followed by that, we have another technical session. We will want to hear from the startups and the industry persons and the industry bodies that what new products, new herbal technologies are coming in the market. We would also like to hear from one of the organizations on a very relevant analytical technologies which is at this moment in very nascent stage in case of herbal product. So we will hear from representation from Zutec, which is one of the leading organization in NIR technologies, that is near infrared technologies, which probably we would like to see more often used in herbal product manufacturing. Then tomorrow we also have some important technical session. There is one workshop on bioprospecting, because in this session also we were talking about validation of these herbal products. Because there are many herbal products which are there in botanical anecdotes, but then if you want to convert them into a commercial product, we need to have validation. So bioprospecting is one of the important aspects of that. So there is a workshop tomorrow. So I am very happy to say that we had to close our registration because we cannot accommodate so many people. But I'm sure in the future probably we will expand our capabilities. And followed by that, there will be a very nice interaction session where from again industry veteran and a lot of startups, we would like to discuss upon how the herbal products can be transformed from the labs to the field. When I say labs, it is not just the labs of the academia, but also there are many products which are coming in so-called kitchen labs of many small organizations, which requires hand-holding, which requires support so that it sees the light of the market. Then in the valedictory session, we would like to reach out to some way forward. We don't want to spend some public money and finish this workshop in 2 days. We want to have some impact in future. So from this platform, we want to have a platform where we can take a center of excellence on these medicinal plants. That is the main purpose behind it. And when I'm saying a center of excellence, we are meaning an international center of excellence, because this is a field which where we have to learn from each other, not just within the country, but across the country, not just within one sector, but across the sector. So that is why in the way forward we want to have a very intensive discussion that what all pinpoints we should consider, and particularly we want to have collaboration with two international collaborations we would like to announce. One is with from Nigeria and one is from Turkey. So the country representatives would be there in those way forward session. So these are the highlights what we want to achieve in these 2 days. So I again express my heartful thank to all of you for joining this inaugural session, and I'm sure all of you would be there for next 2 days, and we will have a lot more discussions around these 2 days. Thank you very much. One is from Nigeria and one is from Turkey. So the country representatives would be there in those way forward session. So these are
All the
the
participants
highlights
and
what we
guests
want to
kindly proceed outdoors for
achieve in
joining the
these 2 days.
exhibition and
So
hiding
I
session. Thank you.
again express my heartful thank to all of you for joining this inaugural session, and I'm sure all of you would be there for next 2 days, and we will have a lot more discussions around these 2 days. Thank you very much. One is from Nigeria and one is from Turkey. So the country representatives would be there in those way forward session. So these are
All
the
the participants
highlights
and
what we
guests
want to
kindly proceed outdoors for
achieve in
joining the
these 2 days.
exhibition and
So
hiding session.
I
Thank you.
again express my heartful thank to all of you for joining this inaugural session, and I'm sure all of you would be there for next 2 days, and we will have a lot more discussions around these 2 days. Thank you very much. One is from Nigeria and one is from Turkey. So the country representatives would be there in those way forward session. So these are
All
the
the participants
highlights
and
what we
guests
want to
kindly proceed outdoors for
achieve in
joining the
these 2 days.
exhibition.
and quality control provision for Ayurvedic, Siddha and immune drugs. As you know, the medicinal plant production and advancement in herbal medicine, well, this is a very pertinent as well as important things to be keep always mind, that is the regulatory and the quality control part. In the government sector, especially for herbal medicine, there is a regulation. As in morning session, there is a discussion regarding Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and 1945. And especially we the people are frustrated to see all those. Before coming to my presentation, I am highlighting here the need for regulation to prescribe and enforce standard for manufacturing, distribution, sales, marketing and dissemination of information, that is advertisement of that. As you know that herbal medicine is a very fascinating thing that people always speaking of. Many people, they are prescribing, they are using. There is a lot of manufacturing house, they are preparing various herbal drugs. But it is very difficult which are genuine, which are already licensed or non-licensed. What are the quality, what are the standard quality. So, as per the Drug and Cosmetic Act, every government, in every government sector there is a regulatory and especially the drug licensing authority in every state are responsible to see all those. So to ensure the availability of quality drugs to the people, to promote public safety from the potential hazards, harmful effects of the drugs, especially the regulation. Before coming to all the regulation, I want to give you a little highlight. The Ayush network, registered practitioner, the total teaching institute, annual intake, degree holders, degree courses for Ayurveda, A for Ayurveda, U for Unani, H for homeopathy, S for Siddha, coverage about Ayush practitioner, registered hospitals in government sector, dispensaries. Next, the integrated co-location of Ayush services. Around 15,000 or more than 50,000 Ayush practitioners appointed for National Health Program, 12,263 for imparting the general health services. Now, I'm coming for the legal provision for ASU drugs. I'm not concentrating for homeopath as because the licensing authority for homeopath still in our state, it's not with Ayush, it is still with the modern people. So modern drug controller and modern medicine. From 2015, Government of Assam has decided that ASU drugs, there should be a separate licensing authority. And though I am a regular professor as well as principal in Ayurvedic college, being a person linked with the pharmaceutics, and we have a drug testing laboratory from 2007 in the state of Assam within the campus of Government Ayurvedic College, and I am holding the in charge of the state drug testing laboratory. So I have given the opportunity as well as responsibility control the drug licensing authority. So now the legal provisions come under Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940. Chapter 4A is a concerned section where you have 3A and H, 33B, 330 and 4th schedule. These are the very important. There is a lot of section, lot of chapter in the Drug and Cosmetic Act, and it is always developed which is various act, and there is a new regulation has come. But there is some certain section and certain schedule is very important. Second schedule, that is 4A, provision for quality standard of homeopathic drugs, Drug and Cosmetic Rule 1945, rules 151 to 169, schedule E1, the schedule E1 specially for poisonous drugs, TA pertaining to ASU drugs. So these are very key things to know. Nature of ASU drugs, as you know, they made from wholesome of natural substances of plant, animal and mineral origin, but 80% of herbal origin. Formulation may be the single ingredient or multiple ingredients or combination of different formulations. Formulation could be herbal, herbo-mineral, or any kind of mixture of 2 or more natural substances. Wholesome extracts of medicinal plant, which is nowadays most of the pharmaceuticals they are using, aqueous extract or hydroalcoholic extract or any other extract can be the ingredient of ASU formulations. Now I am coming to license requirement for proprietary formulation. The formulation, there is some classical formulation and some are proprietary formulation. The proprietary formulations with ingredients not from schedule E1 and based on textual resonance from authoritative books, where safety study is not required, evidence of effectiveness of ingredient from published literature is required for those drugs. Proof of effectiveness from a pilot study is also required for this type of proprietary formulations. License requirement for proprietary formulation again. E1 and based on textual rationally from authoritative books where the safety study, evidence of effectiveness from published literature and from pilot studies. So this is the broad types of ASU drugs which I have already mentioned. That is the classical or traditional Ayurvedic, Siddha and Unani drugs, which include all medicine intended for internal or external use, or the diagnosis, treatment, mitigation or prevention of diseases or disorder in human beings or animals, and manufactured exclusively in accordance with the formula described in the authoritative books of Ayurvedic, Siddha, Unani, Tibet system of medicine specified in the schedule 1 of the Act. Such formulation as described in 103 authoritative books. There is many books, authoritative books, which is mentioned in schedule 1, so which are included there, so it's come under the classical formulation. I have already told regarding the patent or proprietary formulations, the containing only such ingredients which are mentioned in the formula described in the authoritative books and do not include in medicine for parenteral administration, and the formulation mentioned in any of the authoritative books. That is, only ingredients or natural substances mentioned in the authoritative books can be used for manufacturing of patent or proprietary ASU drugs. are some subtypes of proprietary of issue formulation. There is medicinal formulation, nutritive formulation. Today in the market we are getting many drugs which is not in medicine, but it is mentioned clearly this is for nutritive one. Cosmeceuticals formulation, which is come under Sandarja Prasadak. Aqueous or hydroalcoholic extract based formulation and other extract based formulation. Now, I am coming for condition for commercial manufacturing of ASU drugs. License of the manufacturing unit intended to formulations. GMP compliance. Compliance to standard given in the pharmacopoeia. Adequate infrastructure, facility, staff, equipment in relation with reference books, record keeping, which is narrated through GMP. License requirement for classical, that is the traditional formulation. Yes, for manufacturing both traditional as well as proprietary preparation, we need license. Traditional ASU formulation with dosage form and indication as per authoritative text, safety study is not required. It is a great advantage for especially the vendors, those who are practicing their own, the classical preparation where they do not have safety study. Evidence of effectiveness from authoritative sources is required. Traditional ASU formulation with a change in dosage form. Many times we have seen the same preparation which is mentioned in our authoritative books as a traditional preparation or classical preparation, but the dosage form is a change. Then the safety study, though it's not required, evidence of effectiveness from published literature is required. Traditional ASU formulation for new indication. The following things are required. That is sepsis study, though it is not required, but evidence from published literature and other proof of effectiveness is required. So, the clinical study, which is today's theme, the clinical and pre-clinical. These are very important things. I am not coming for in details of that, but it is required. So, license requirement for proprietary formulation. Proprietary formulation with ingredients not from Schedule E1 and based on textual rationally formulative books, that is safety study is not required, but evidence of effectiveness of ingredients from published literature is required. Proof of effectiveness from a pilot study is required, or the publication or research data is required. Proprietary formulation with any of the ingredients from Schedule E1 and based on textual rationally from authoritative books, where the sepsis data is required. This is the very important thing, that if drugs come under also E1, that is the poisonous drugs, which is come under Schedule E1, where we required additional safety study. Again, license requirement for extract-based formulation. Aqueous extract as per text, that is the reference from authoritative text required. Extracts as per the text, but not new indication. If it is in new indication, then again you require safety data. But if it is as per our reference or as per our authoritative books, then your safety study is not required, but proof of effectiveness again it's required. So the clinical data is definitely required. Hydroalcoholic extract as per evidence effectiveness may be required from in case text to the case basis. Specific hydroalcoholic extract with new indication where sepsis study, evidence and other extract for various solvents, acute and chronic toxicity, these all are required. Requirement for making license application. This is a very important thing. Many times people are coming want to prepare some herbal drugs, so please give license. Then, how we have to initiate those people and how we have to initiate for a manufacturing house. The references of the formulation, that is the ingredients from the authority books listed in the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940. Manufacturing unit should be compliant with the GMP. So it is now, without GMP, no pharmaceutical companies is allowed to manufacture the drugs. Prescribed Schedule T of the Drug and Cosmetic Act 1945. Proof of safety and effectiveness as prescribed in Rule 158B for various categories of ASU medicine to be compliant. Now, I want to highlight the responsibilities of a drug licensing authority or drug controlling authority in the state, as because the regulatory part is a state matter, though Act is central, but its application as well as the enforcement is a state matter. So the responsibilities of licensing authority invest to ensure the manufacturing site has all required clearance and approvals of adequate manufacturing facilities. To ensure whether the manufacturing premises are complying with the GMP norms. To consider whether the documents submitted with the license application are complete and the condition laid down in Rule 158B are fulfilled to grant the renew or giving the licenses. To consider correctness of the content of the label of the medicine in accordance with the labeling provisions. Many a time, many pharmaceuticals, many companies, they are coming with many fabulous or some without complying with some their clinical data and others, they are claiming that these drugs is working on that. If you go in Drug and Cosmetic Act, there is a lot of provisions, so you have to comply all those. So this is the responsibility of drug licensing authority to giving the final manufacturing license as well as to giving the provision of GMP as well as other licenses too. Responsibilities of licensing authority again to undertake the quality check and adequate number of ASU and H drugs sample taken from manufacturing sites and market. To monitor advertisement and ASU drugs appearing in print and electronic media for misleading claims. Again, in Drug and Cosmetic Act, there is a Magic Remedy 1954. There is a provision where the fabricating claim as well as false claim, which is to be punished. So the licensing authorities also ensure with us all to make the list of the licensed manufacturers and product and upload it in a website. To take regulatory action against the defaulters acting in contravention of the provision of Drug and Cosmetic Act, Drug and Magic Remedy Act, and rules thereafter. In the case of Assam, while I have taken the services in 2015, January, I have seen there is a 60 number of licensing company, but now it's reduced to only 45. What though there is a many license company has come up within these 7 years, but the number of license company is reduced to 45, not 60. But if this licensing authority or this regulatory is not worked properly, then definitely it could have 100. Actually, in every day we are having many queries. There are many manufacturers come forward, but they are not complying with these all provisions. So finally, we couldn't. So there is for the licensing of this thing in Assam, state of Assam under the UOTP platform. So this is the totally after 2015 there is a online system. So to get a license for manufacturing of ASU drugs, one should log in the UOTP portal, especially under the Directorate House, and they are giving the license, renewal, GMP, products also, but with complying all those. So with this, I want to conclude. I wish for all to learn.
Now I would request Ms. Isha Bala to please come on the stage and felicitate Dr. R.K. Sharma, State Drug Licensing Authority, Assam. Now I would love to call Ms. Arunima Thar on the stage to felicitate Dr. Dinesh Mahajan, Principal Scientist, THSTI, Faridabad.
Thank you. That's not my photo. That's okay. Thank you, Dr. Siddharth, for this kind invitation, and thank you, organizers, for this wonderful event. Okay, so I will be talking about one particular project that we are pursuing at THSTI in collaboration with Dabur, where we are developing herbal extracts, aqueous or hydroalcoholic extracts of different herbs for their therapeutic management of NAFLD. NAFLD is a disease related to liver. So it's a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So as name suggests, so you have excess accumulation of fat in your liver cells because of reason other than alcohol or drug abuse. So, so most of the time is because of metabolic dysregulation, and which lead to excess fat accumulation in liver. So when you call NAFLD, it's a spectrum of disease with a common clinical stage where you have excess fat in the liver. Once you have fat in the liver, you call it as NAFL, that is a non-alcoholic fatty liver. And NAFL can progress to different kind of complications. Most of the patients having fatty liver progress to cardiovascular complications or to kidney issues. But there are few patients who can progress to non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, that is NASH. So NASH is basically a liver manifestation of fatty liver, NAFL. So there are three key hallmarks of NASH, which is lipid accumulation, inflammation, and ballooning. So there are different school of thoughts for progression of NAFL to NASH. So although there is enough clinical clarity how people develop NAFL, but there is a lot of research need to be done to understand the progression of NAFL to NASH. Once you develop NASH, so it can quickly progress to liver cirrhosis or hepatocellular carcinoma, which is actually a fatal disease. And there is only liver transplant which one needs to have if there is a hepatic cellular carcinoma or liver cirrhosis in late stages. So we have clarity on, so there is a difference between NAFL and NASH. NAFL is non-alcoholic fatty liver without any hepatocellular injury. NASH is a manifestation of NAFL with hepatocellular injury. So you have not only steatosis in the liver cells, but you also have inflammation in the liver cells. NASH can be with or without fibrosis. So NASH with fibrosis has a different progression. NASH without fibrosis could have a different progression. So there are risk factors. So what population are at risk for NAFL or NASH? Obesity. If you are obese, you are at risk for NAFL or NASH. If you are having impaired fasting glucose, or if you are having diabetes, you are So there are multiple clinical trials. At least there are more than 50 phase 2 clinical trials and around 15 to 20 phase 3 clinical trials. But there is no success for any drug with phase 3, successfully completion of phase 3. But there is a limited approval of SART, which is a drug by Dydus, Indian company, which was initially approved for hyperlipidemia. Now they got conditional approval for NASH also in India. So globally there is no drug approved. Saroglitazar is only approved in India. So there are fixed regulatory endpoints. If you want to do herbal drug discovery or synthetic drug discovery, there are certain endpoints defined by regulatory agencies to have a successful outcome. So either you have to show NASH resolution without worsening of liver fibrosis, or you have to show a regression of liver fibrosis without worsening of NASH. So these two are the key endpoints to achieve success in clinic. So based on this disease, there are certain challenges and opportunities. So as I said, there is no safe drug approved for this. So there is a opportunity to develop safe and effective pharmacological intervention. And also there is no development on global herbal drug for NASH. There are India-specific approval through Ayush guidelines. There are certain famous drugs like LIV52 or Apano from Dabur, but there is no global approval of any herbal drug. Also, there is a need to study or to develop biomarkers which can study the progression of NAFL to NASH. So my group and my team is focused on these development of pharmacological interventions either on synthetic molecules or herbal extract for NASH. So other topic of interest in my group is animal model. We started this development of animal model with Dr. Sanjay Banerjee, who's Associate Dean and Associate Professor at Guwahati now. So there is a lacunae of animal model which can completely mimic human disease. So there are different kind of animal models available in literature. Most of these are either diet-based animal models or diet-based with genetically modified rodents, using genetically modified rodents. But there are certain animal models which are of prime interest to all the drug discovery scientists who are working in the field of NASH and NAFLD. So these two are high-fat, high-fructose-based model and choline-deficient, high-fat, diet-based model. If you see this table, so these two models are mimicking disease type with key phenotype of weight gain, steatosis, NASH, and fibrosis also. So choline deficiency is actually linked to impaired VLDL secretion, which is one of the mechanism of removing fat from liver. So that's how if you put rodents, mice or rats on choline deficient high-fat diet, they will quickly accumulate fat inside the liver, and that can progress to NASH phenotype also. So this was first part of my talk. So if I have to summarize on disease side, so NASH is different than NAFL. NASH is a fat in the liver with some kind of inflammation or hepatocellular injury. So NAFL, excess fat, insulin resistant or oxidative stress or any kind of stress can lead to fatty liver, which can quickly progress to NASH. So this is a big problem, huge. There is no systematic study done in India, but in the US there are enough studies which mention that NAFL and NASH is a second leading cause of liver transplant in US. So obese, diabetic people with hyperlipidemia, hypertension are prone to or risk are more prone to this disease. There is no drug approved except conditional approval of saroglitazar. The only thing you have to do is lifestyle change. And also fat-rich diet models are the more suitable models if you want to do preclinical drug discovery for NASH or NAFL. So based with this understanding of the disease, so we at THSTI are pursuing three different kind of approaches on drug discovery and development. The first approach is based on small molecule, where we are screening a library of small molecules on second approach which I will focus today is therapeutic development using herbal extract. The third approach is again based on small molecules, but here the target is focused. We know the target that we want to engage, which is different than phenotypic small molecule drug discovery. But as I said, for today's talk, I will focus on herbal extract. So the question that we are trying to address is there a therapeutic role of herbal extract in management or cure of NAFLD or NASH? So please keep in mind, NAFLD is different. NAFLD is a fatty liver and NASH is fatty liver with inflammation or injury. So as of now, NASH is only the clinical condition where you need pharmacological intervention. So NAFLD as such is not a defined disease. Although people with NAFLD do have certain other comorbidities like diabetes or cardiovascular complications, which are mostly undiagnosed in early stages. So when we are talking about herbal extract, you heard from Dr. Sharma, that there are certain important aspects if one wants to work on herbal extract development as a therapeutic option. So one should be very clear on development path. What kind of development path you want to pursue with your plant-based extracts or herbal extracts. Efficacy data, both preclinical and clinical in context to disease is very important. There may be a case that herbal extract is known in traditional knowledge, maybe for certain other disease which is well defined in traditional literature, but different than what modern clinicians are defining in their clinics. So this is very important if we want to work and if we want to make global product based on herbal extracts. Safety data, although there is a guideline in Ayush that if you are working on non-traditional herb with this known method of extraction and composition for known disease mentioned in traditional books, you don't have to have safety data in place. But modern science insists that safety and efficacy both are dose related. So when we are talking about efficacy, so a herbal extract can be efficacious at a low doses and it can be toxic at higher doses. So modern science, if we want to make global products based on herbal extract, we also need to generate safety data, especially if we are working on a chronic disease like diabetes or non-alcoholic fatty liver. And the fourth, which is very important, reproducibility of the efficacy and safety data. This is also partially addressed by Dr. Sharma when he was elaborating on guidelines. So it is very important that herbal extract that you are using for your preclinical discovery should have a continuous supply with same composition. So your chemicals markers, you should try to monitor chemical markers in your all batches of extraction. That will reduce the possibility of issue of reproducibility on efficacy as well as safety both. So for development path and regulatory approvals in humans, if you talk about India specific, there are two paths now defined for plant-based drug development. One is Ayush, where you need to have your traditional herbs in a traditional way, prepared in a traditional way with same composition of matter. That can go for Ayush development. Now we also have a phytopharmaceutical product development where you need to define your 4 key chemical signatures in your composition, and you also have to demonstrate your efficacy based on those chemical signatures. So that is a phytopharmaceutical group which is more closer to what synthetic molecules or DCJ is seeking for synthetic molecules. In global, especially in USA, there is only one way to have your botanical product in the market, and that is botanical drug development. So there is very minimum difference that US FDA is seeing in a synthetic drug and a botanical product. So US FDA is very particular. You have to show consistency in your manufacturing. You have to show a dose where your composition is efficacious, and you have to demonstrate a dose where your composition is also toxic. That means you have to demonstrate a therapeutic window of your composition. So that's the way US FDA deals with botanical drug development, which is very close to synthetic molecule drug development in US. We already discussed about efficacy, safety and reproducibility. I will go to, based on this understanding about the disease and regulatory path, we developed a collaboration with Dabur India Private Limited. We conceived a project plan that how we can develop herbal extracts for disease, something like NMPB or NASH. So these four are the key kind of milestones that we conceived in our project. The first was selection of botanical for evaluation. So for selection of botanicals, team from having expertise in Ayush and team having expertise in modern clinical science, they sit together along with pharmacologists and we shortlisted few herbal extract. The key point during shortlisting was it should be based on traditional use and knowledge, and there should be some kind of related phenotype information available in literature, especially in traditional literature. For example, there should be some information available whether the botanical extract is potentially have some effect on inflammation or fibrosis or steatosis. Based on those criteria, we selected a pool of 12 herbal extract. Other criteria was quality and smooth availability of botanical extract. Fortunately, Dabur helped us on that. Dr. Shastri was there, and Dabur has a genotypic, chemotypic documentation of herbal extract. They have a nice library where they have thesis around each herbal extract. Those herbal extract, they have complete information, what geographical area those herbs need to be cultivated, at what time you need to pluck those leaves for extraction so that you can have similar kind of composition to maintain quality and reproducibility of extraction. So Dabur team took care of this important parameter. So other was validate efficacy and safety in animal. That was the key task at my institute, where we thought of evaluating efficacy in fat-rich animal models. We considered two different kinds of fat-rich diets. One is high-fat, high fructose, and other is choline-deficient high-fat. I already elaborated on these two. So we also thought of determining safety in animals, kind of OECD guidelines. Following OECD guidelines where you need to demonstrate chronic, like 90 days or 6 month toxicity studies at incremental doses and also acute dose toxicity studies. We were very clear that first we will go for Ayush approval, and that will help us in collection of clinical data also along the way, and once we have an established product in Ayush through Dabur, then probably same product we can push for global approval with all the preclinical data along with clinical efficacy and other stuff also. So that was the thought plan, and we also conceptualized a target product profile for this herbal extract based on disease understanding and traditional understanding of the herbs. So we defined that it should be known in traditional literature. That was the primary criteria, because that will give us edge during Ayush approval, and also that way you can have some understanding on safe human doses. You can start your preclinical animal work by back calculating starting from your current human doses. So that's how the point number one, known in traditional literature, help us. The second important criteria that we put for product is it should be able to lower liver TG level, because fatty liver is primary reason for progression of NFL patient to NASH. So another criteria that we put is it should have positive effect on glucose metabolism or insulin resistance. It should not promote any body weight gain. So there are certain herbal extracts which can eventually promote body weight gain. So, but the kind of disease we were dealing with, so we defined that the final product or formulation should not promote body weight, and it should be unable to make solid doses. That is just for clinical use and commercial use. So these are few herbs that we shortlisted after our discussion with Dabur, and we also use Hapano, which is a proprietary herbal formulation from Dabur for liver health as one of the study arm in our studies. We developed different kind of in vitro assays both to study effect on fat accumulation and also on inflammation and fibrosis. Dr. Ajay Kumar, who's a scientist at DHSTI, developed these assays and we screen these molecules on these assays. This is a kind of summary on in vitro screening. So if you see, Hapano is showing effect on not only lipid accumulation but also on inflammation in THP1 cells and also on fibrosis and inflammation in LS2 cell lines. But other drug, herbal extract, some of them are showing either effect on inflammation or on steatosis. So based on this understanding, we took most of these herbal extract and we also evaluated in a pilot study in mice where we use high-fat, high-fructose diet. It was a kind of 8-week treatment post 6-week insult with high-fat, high-fructose diet. This is a summary of the outcome. So 2-star means there is a trend and 4-star means you have a significant difference on these parameters. So body weight change, fasting blood glucose, intraparenteral glucose tolerance, hepatic triglyceride and insulin. Most of these herbal extract in this pilot study, they did not show any effect on insulin resistance, but they did show effect on body weight, the reduction in body weight, fasting glucose, they also showed effect on glucose metabolism and also hepatic triglyceride. But the important thing is on liver injuries. So not only steatosis, which is a phenotype for NAFL, ballooning, which is a phenotype for NASH, we see a trend of different herbal extract. And here the one arm is saroglitazar. The third bar is of saroglitazar in 3 charts. So if you see, saroglitazar is clearly showing therapeutic effect on steatosis as well as on ballooning and NASH and NAS scoring. By the way, NAS scoring is an NFLD activity score where pathologists consider not only steatosis but also inflammation based on their ranking. So we were clearly seeing either some significant changes or trend on different kind of NFLD phenotype. So based on this work, we selected 3 herbs for detailed efficacy and safety studies. Right now we are running a 20-week longitudinal diet comparative model where we are evaluating 3 different kind of fat-rich diet. The idea is to completely characterize NFLD phenotype on using 3 different kind of fat-rich diet and compare the phenotype with the human phenotype with different kind of not only histological, biochemical, but also transcriptomic and metabolomic based evaluation. So this experiment is ongoing. This is a very big experiment. So we are hoping that by the end of this experiment, we will establish a time point where we will see a significant accumulation of fat inside liver, and that time point will be our start time point for therapeutic intervention. And we are also hoping that disease phenotype will be completely characterized. We will compare that disease phenotype with human phenotype, and that diet model will be used for efficacy study. So as I said, we are in the middle of this experiment. So once we are done with this 20-week longitudinal study, we will start efficacy evaluation using 3 herbal extract. We will not only do standalone those herbal extract, we will also use different permutations and combinations of those herbal extracts. So once we have efficacy data in place, the idea is the best potent or best efficacious herbal formulation will also be evaluated on chronic and acute toxicity studies. It will be long-term chronic toxicity studies because in NFLD patient we are expecting dosing to be continued for longer duration. We may have to do bridging studies in clinic, a pilot study as Dr. Sharma mentioned, because NASH or NAFL is not a disease which is defined in traditional books. So it's a kind of modern disease. So we may have to do some kind of bridging pilot study, but that depends on what kind of therapeutic claim we want to have and what kind of formulation we will enter. Thank you. I am open for questions. So that is my group, which is now focused on 20-week longitudinal studies. But I would like to mention Dr. Ajay Kumar, who did most of in vitro work. Dr. Madhu Dixit, who supervised and led the initial pilot animal efficacy study. Dr. Sanjay Banerjee, who's now with NIPER, great loss to DHSTI. He's present here in the audience, who started actually this project and one of the key team member, and he also established CDHF-based diet model at DHSTI. Dr. Rajni Jadhav from AIMS, she did all the histopathological studies that you saw on my slides. Dr. Jayan Shastri, who helped us in selection of botanical herbs. Dr. Rajiv Rai, Dr. Shashi Bhushan for their kind support, funding from DHSTI, intramural grants. We are funded by BIRAC on this project. We are also funded by Dabur for this project. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I would love to call on Ms. Arunima Third to felicitate Dr. Dinesh Mahajan, Principal Scientist, THSFI, Faridabad. So next we have Professor Tomio Yabe, Faculty of Applied Biological Sciences, Leeds University. Sir will be joining us virtually. Hello, sir.
Hear me clearly. Okay. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So I will share my presentation. So now my present slide is clear, fine. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, thank you to this and I will talk to you dietary fiber in health regulation, especially effect of chains of intestinal epithelial cells of protein deficient mice. So I'm Tomio Yabe, come in Japan. So just introduce my university. So Gifu University in Japan collaborate with Indian Institute of Technology in Guwahati. Actually, since 2019, one degree program with that is what I'm invited this plan, and maybe it's a collaboration. Okay, so the function of the fiber, the fiber is the indigestible portion of food that derived from plants. So if you eat the fiber, go through the intestine, but the in proportion means no. So then these to the colon, and then the fiber is which is colon maintenance of antibiotic role. But right now in the study is of the dietary fiber very diffuse. So does dietary fiber have physiological function in intestine? So the reason why we focus dietary fiber in small intestine. So take a look at these pictures. Morphological changes of intestinal villi in blood by taking pectin. You can see the right hand of the photo. It's in any non-fiber diet, is the big of this. With intake of the packaging diet, you can see the weird as BD. So the comparable, so much different of these. The ability for intestinal is to interact in and recognize the structure. It is our project, and we want to know the core. So first of all, this is the molecular structure. Maybe also people know that X has the galactonic acid, the constitute of vaccine. It is the pepsin, linear of polysaccharide. So we hope the portion is HG. But pepsin is a very complex polysaccharide. So actually, pepsin has a region of those kind of very complicated structures. We call laminogalacturonam 2, RG2. So here is you can see the galacturon. So based on the sugars, main sugars is constitute of the galactonic acid, but you can see the side chain of those kind of very complicated and so many monosaccharides is constituted. But interestingly, this complicated region of pectin is very conserved in all of. So this is very conserved. In other hand, another region has the pectin. We call it laminogalacturonam 1, RG1. Here is the structure of the RG1. So you can see the main chain is a little bit different of the homogalacturonam. Galactonic acid connected to the laminose, and that laminose connected to the galactonic acid. So these two monosaccharides has make the combination, the unit, and then the unit is connected to the longer. And also laminose has the side chain like this. And usually two different type of the side chains has the laminose. This is a galactan, constitute of the galactose, and this is arabinum, constitute of arabinose. So this is how maybe today's topic of many people all want to know is how has also pectin. So these leaves has these plant constitute of the each cells, and each plant cells has a cell wall. So cell wall is majorly constituted of the cellulose, but the pectin is also make the cell walls. So actually, our focus on the physiological function of pectin. How is the elongation of BD accelerated by pectin? So you can see this cartoon is a small intestinal virus. Maybe intake pectin for us leads to the small intestine, and then these kind of epithelial cells recognize the pectin, and then epithelial cells has some produce the growth factors. Those growth factors leads to the growing cells above of the stem cells. and then encourage of the growing cells, and then making the elongate the these kind of virus. So this is our speculation. So we want to confirm those kind of our speculation. The background is direct interaction of pectin with intestinal epithelial cells. We make the model of the cell proliferation model. We use the CACO2 cells. This is a human cells, a small intestinal epithelial cell-like model. Then making the cells by CACO2 cells, and then we also co-culture with the growing cells. So this, and then adjusting of the pectin into the upper of the CACO2 cells. If these CACO2 cells produce the growth factors, those growth factors lead to the these kind of undifferentiated cells, and then these undifferentiated cells promote to the growing. So we can detect the cell proliferation. So after adding the pectin, these kind of cells is promoting cell or not. We should. So here is the result of any kinds of several different of the pectins, plume pectin, stress pectin, orange pectin. So you can see that any kind of pectin is promoted to the growing cells. So pectins act directly on the intestinal epithelium and exhibit different growth promoting effects depending on the plant species from which they are divided. So another next stage of another question: are pectin side chains important for virus morphology? So we can know already right now. We already know that pectin has this kind of very complicated structures. Then mainly these main sugars is constituted of the homogalacturonum, but these kind of side chains is very specific for depends on the plant. So we focus on these side chains of pectins. This is a research object. Morphological changes of small intestinal villi by pectin. If this pectin affected to the small intestine by directly, the morphological changes occurred. This kind of side chain is different plant species. So what is the role of pectin side chains in physiological activity? Improving nutrient absorption and preventing the development of low nutritional status. So in order to confirm this objectives, we done the reproduced due to protein deficiency. Here is experimental material. We use the two different type of the pectins. Kaki pectin. Kaki is a Japanese word. It is the parchment, and yuzu is also Japanese word. Here, this is kaki parchment. This is yuzu, a kind of the stress. So main chain degradation by enzymatic treatment, we only use these side chains. And also we use the mouse model, protein deficiency, PD we call. Loss of many biochemical process is that by the protein deficiency. In the small intestine, shortening of villi and decreasing goblet cell number. And here is this physiology is common in Japan, especially among the elderly. So this is experimental procedure. We used the 8 weeks old male of mice, and before 7 days before, we feed the pectin side chain water, 50 or 500 milligram per kilogram body weight per day, and also fed the commercial of powder. And then some group of the mice with 2% casein AIN93G. So this is a PD model. Now, standard is just 20% caseins, but the PD model was a 2%. I mean, 1/10 proteins is included in the FERI. So Aki and Yuzu type is just adjusted. Then measuring body weight, food intake, and water consumption, correct phases, serum, small intestine, liver, and spleen. And finally, we just pick up the small intestine like this. Then duodenum for 3 centimeter and jejunum and ileoanum is separated by the small intestine, and individually we check that. So here is the result of the weight loss due to protein deficiency. You can see that this black bar, black line, is this is a standard. So any mouse is just slightly increase the body weight, but a PD model is almost slightly get down to the body weight. And this is a percentage change in the body weight. So just calculate with and make these graphs. So this graph shows mild hyponutrition and nutrition due to protein deficiency. So pectin side chain did not improve dramatically. Okay. And also changes in food intake and water consumption. So this is results of the total food intake. So interestingly, use pectin intake of the mice. It's just a little bit increase the total food intake, but total amount of drinking water is not significantly different. No change. So pectin side chains have no negative effects. And also we check the length of small intestine weight, and liver weight, and spleen weight. So you can see that all graphs is no change due to protein deficiency and pectin side chains. And also successive changes in fecal weight. Day 0 to 1, day 2 to 3, day 4 to 6, and day 7 to 9. This is a standard. And finally, some pectin is just changed of this fecal weight. So decrease the fecal weight due to protein deficiency, but after getting and feeding of the tachypectin and usupectin, just a little bit different way of the results. Tachypectin is decreasing the trend, and also usupectin is increasing trend. That means the pectin side chain suggested to act on the intestinal tract. And next, we check the biochemical analysis of serum components. So here is the total protein and albumin and leptin. So albumin is an indicator of low nutritional status, And leptin indicate involved in appetite and energy homeostasis. So we can see the, for example, total protein is mildly and nutrient, no changes. And albumin also no improvement. And leptin, it's just a little bit use pectin side chain increased. So pectin side chains may affect nutrient absorption and energy metabolism. And next, we observed morphological changes in small intestinal villi by histological sections, because we already know the fading by pectin, some small morphological changes occurred. So just we pick up the small intestine fixation, paraffin embedding, thin slice, and stain and photographing. So you can see the photograph of the measurement of virus length and goblet cell count. So just measurement of the virus length like this black arrow. And then you can see the arrowhead of the blue spot. Here is the goblet cells. So just pick up, counting of these and measuring of the length. So here is the result of the morphological changes in small intestinal villi by pectin side chains. So in the case of the duodenum, you can see that some cachypectin and eusepectin is significantly different of the length of villi, and number of goblet cell is no changes of the by fading of the things. And also in the case of the jejunum, only cachypectin is higher amount of the cachypectin is faded. Virus length is significantly increasing. So suggests that the pectin recognition mechanism differs in the molecular structure of the side chains or in a small intestinal region. So this is the analysis of gene expression related to the nutrient absorption. We pick up any small intestine and then extract of the messenger RNA. And then we check the carbohydrate, lipid, and protein transporter proteins by the analysis of messenger RNA expression by real-time RT-PCR. So we focused on the in carbohydrate, so SGLT1 gene. This transporter is the incorporate of the glucose. In the case of the lipid, we focus on the CD36. This is LCFA, fatty acid, long chain fatty acid is transported. And also in the case of the protein, we checked these three transporters. And also GLUT2 is transporter of the glucose and fructose from the inside of the cell to outside of the cells. So we are checking of these genes. Here is the result of the in each gene. This is the SGLT1. It is the glucose transporter. So you can see the dramatically increasing of the intake of the cachypectin, a higher dose of the cachypectins. And also in the same case, GLUT2 is this, this transporter is the glucose and fructose to exhaust to the outside of the cells. Here is also significantly increasing of the messenger RNA levels. And also some peptide, amino acid transporter is also increased by the kaki-pectins. So alternation of duodenum gene expression by persimmon pectin. Kaki is a persimmon, so persimmon pectin side chains. So alternation of jejunum. So in the case of jejunum gene expression by persimmon pectin side chains, just a little bit different results we got. So SDAT1 is almost same as the duodenum, so increasing of the gene expression, but this kind of amino acid transporter is a little bit different to the duodenum. So suggest increased absorption of glucose and decreased absorption of neutral amino acid and peptide. That gene expression is regulated to efficiently absorb nutrients as VD morphology changes. By other hand, eusopectin side chain is completely no changes, so totally different of between the kaki-pectin and eusopectin. And also, here is another expression of experiment of the inhibition of liver lipid accumulation by eusopectin side chains. So just previously I said the kaki-pectin only affect to the glucose transporter, and the eusopectin is not affected to those kind of the incorporatable transporters. But here is we check the liver lipid content. So kaki-pectin is now affected to kind of liver lipid content. But in the other hand of the eusopectins, you can see the decreasing of the lipid content like this, maybe dose dependently. So eusopectin side chain suppresses hepatic lipid accumulation due to protein deficiency, so suggests increased energy metabolism associated with increased serum leptin. And also changes the amount of short chain fatty acid in feces. We checked those kind of measurement, but you can see in the case of kaki-pectin and eusopectin is not affected. So not significantly different of those compared to the standard and also PD model. So total side chain fatty acid in feces, no changes due to protein deficiency and pectin side chains, suggests low likelihood of involvement and prebiotic effects. So here is the summary of our experiment and study. Protein deficiency is and gene expression of sugar and amino acid is significantly increased. And also in the site of the jejunum, this kaki-pectin side chain is affected to the virus elongations, and also gene expression is the sugar is increased and amino acid is decreased. So kaki-pectin side chains also directly affected to the small intestine. In other hand of the eusopectin side chains, duodenum, in the site of the duodenum affected to the virus elongation compared to the kaki-pectin side chains is totally different. But any kinds of gene expression affection by the kaki-pectin, unlike the kaki-pectin, it is no affected. But in other hand, the eusopectin side chain is serum leptin is increased, and also lipid accumulation is decreased. So pectin side chains are active sites of morphological changes in small intestinal villi, affect nutrient absorption and metabolism independent of morphological changes in small intestinal villi. Okay, so all of my presentation is done. So thank you very much for the listening of my presentation.
To all the esteemed speakers for incorporating such valuable preachings. We are now going to open the session to the audience to share their questions or suggestions to any of our speakers. Right now, unfortunately, we have left with two speakers. Dr. R.K. Sharma had to leave due to some unavoidable circumstances. If you have any queries for him, you can reach out to us and we will convey the message. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, in pilot model, you were discussing about the animal model using the mice. You were telling that different herbal extracts were tested to prevent the plant accumulation in the liver. What about the combination if we do? Because like in the double liver, we have a combination of herbal extract. So that kind of study is done
Daha başarılı verdiğimiz görevliler tamamlayan yarışmacımız ve kendi takım için puan kazananı
So, please notice that when we talking to the study, once we have a completely characterized fat-rich diet and animal model in place, the idea is the three shortlisted based on that pilot study will be evaluated standalone as well as in combination. So there are two advantages that I can anticipate for combination. One is, of course, you may end up with
enhancement in efficacy. The other combination will give you proprietary stuff formulation in place that a company like Dabur would love to have. So otherwise, standalone herbal extract is something everyone can do that. If you make a mixture of 2 or 3 herbal extract, that will end up as a proprietary formulation, and you will have IP rights also. That is an interesting question. So the standalone doses will be based on what we are using for human dose. So we know the minimum dose and maximum human dose that Ayush practitioners are using for clinical or human practice. So based on that, we will back calculate using species conversion and body surface area conversion. So there are certain conversion factor that you can use while calculating dose starting from human to rat or mice. So there are human equivalent doses that you can calculate that will be used for calculation of the dose.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else is interested?
Sir, again, I will ask one question. Sir, what type of aqueous extract are you concentrating on?
So I mentioned those 11 herbs. We started with those 11 herbs. Some of those were aqueous extract, some of those were hydroalcoholic extract. Now the 3 shortlisted herbal extracts are all hydroalcoholic extract. So those are not, the final extract that we are working right now are hydroalcoholic, not aqueous.
Are you concentrating on any percentage or what are the percentage you are working on?
Percentage
of hydroalcohol, or the 50% or 60%?
I don't remember the exact percentage, but that is something already documented in traditional books. So these extracts are being provided by Dabur. So there, I'm assuming there must be some standardized ratio of aqueous and alcohol that we are using for extraction.
So about the formulation, there are different types of formulation have been done in traditional also on different aqueous different Ayurvedic books that they have used, I have seen. Are you following that also, or you are formulating by yourself?
No, we are not formulating. We are not inventing anything new. The idea here is to validate traditional herbal extract, the way they are being made or formulated in traditional books. Let's use those herbal extract and validate using modern discovery tools. So what we are bringing in is standardized animal model, standardized cell-based models, and standardized way of development for safety evaluation. So that's the only thing. So what we are doing is actually bridging the gap between modern science and traditional science. That is the approach.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
In traditional practice means in Ayurvedic references books, as you have told that there are lots of.
I would request to introduce yourself.
Yeah, myself, Guwahati Sharma. I am Senior Scientific Officer in State Drug Testing Laboratory under Directorate of Ayush. Sir, I am looking after the statutory samples and the quality control parts. So, as we used to receive different kind of extracts or formulations or raw materials. So, in that cases, as you have told, sir, we have validated and to maintain the breeze means about the by utilizing the modern techniques. So in extras, Ayurvedic reference books, they used to follow the different traditional, because there are extraction, there are different types of extraction. As you know, so that is maceration, percolation, that cold maceration. So mainly they used to follow the cold maceration. And extraction also by means of some very moderate heats. In some kind of some traditional utensils is there. But right now in Dabur, like or any in modern practices, we used to follow some soft slate extraction like that, no, sir. So I think though we'll be getting the data, there might be something will be missing because the way they used to adopt in earlier cases. Right now also, and lots of manufacturers, they used to follow the traditional practice of extractions. Mainly they used to follow the cold macerations. So to not to deteriorate the potency or active constituents whatever, sir. So in that cases, I think because that is why we are always very challenging task to make it standardized.
Yes. Okay, so I'm not expert on that field. Maybe Dr. Kohli can partially address that.
Hi, good morning everyone. This is Dr. Kohli. I had been the director of Ayush Government of Maharashtra for 13 years, just retired. To answer the query that he is saying, Ayurveda traditionally used two kinds of extracts. One was the water extracts, what you all hear about Guwahati, different kinds of Guwahati. That means the herbs are boiled and those decoctions are used. That's absolutely the concept of a water extract. The second was about the asvas and aristas. Asvas and aristas had a self-generated alcohol into it. The whole liquid had to be kept for several weeks to ferment, and that alcohol which was contained in that asva arishta, just as you would have heard the name of Dashmul Arish, Arjun Arish, maybe some other arishtas, Punarnavasa. So these kind of traditional preparations utilized alcohol for two purposes. One was for the extraction, second was also for the preservation. So those, because the more you must have heard, maybe some of you must have heard, that asvas and aristas, they last longer. The older they are, the better they are. Like wine. The older it is, the better it is. So even Ayush, Ministry of Ayush, I was involved into some of those deliberations when they wanted to set up the expiry date for the Ayurvedic products. I was with Dabur that time. So from the industry point of view, I was always fighting that we must have a higher expiry date, because from the shop floor to the shelf, it takes a long time to reach the consumer. Sometimes it may be 6 months, 1 year. And if you give classically, a churna will, only a powder of a herb, will last only for 3 months as per the Ayurvedic textbooks. But we made Ayush Mantralaya accept that the expiry date will be for 2 years. The reason being, not that we did something ingenuine, the reason being that with the Ayurvedic technologies that we had earlier, we didn't have HDPE containers. We didn't have the excipients that we have today. We didn't have the preservatives. We didn't have the methods to decontaminate the herbal stuff like ethylene or chloroform, or it's very important to get those processes done to get that kind of a shelf life of 2 years. So to sum up my question, I think there were only 2 extracts that we had, and today you have so many extraction methodologies. But I would say that the real Ayurvedic methodology would be water extract and hydroalcoholic. If you are, even Ayush recognized that if you are going a step ahead, like acetate extracts, acetic acid extracts, or chloroform extracts, probably they no longer remain Ayurvedic, because then you miss out on several things that the Ayurvedic text spoke about. So those extracts will have to be dealt in a different way. For them, the safety studies have to be there. For those extracts, then because they are new to Ayush, so there is no generational experience for those extracts. For asavarishtas, for classical preparations, you have a generational, hundreds of years of experience that people have used those asava and arishtas. So I think your question would be answered by that. Thank you so much.
This is Dr. Siddharth from School of Agricultural Technology. I have 2 questions. One question directed to Dr. Dinesh. When we talk about this standardized extract, what is your take on in silico models developing relating this chemical signature of an extract vis-a-vis its activities?
So very good question, Dr. Siddharth. So that is our second plan. Once we have established efficacy of the herbal extract, the next plan would be to look for those chemical signatures. I somehow missed that slide. So to verify efficacy using those chemical signatures, and then use in silico approaches to study or understand the target related with those chemical signatures. That is something in plan, but we need to establish the efficacy first.
Yeah, because I think if that is coming up, then for each disease there would be a platform, a silico platform, and then the screening of so many extracts, which is either documented in Ayurveda or even in ethnomedicine, probably would be easier. My next question is to Professor Yabe. Professor, are you able to hear me? No, he is there. Actually, he was talking about pectin, and when we are talking about this aqueous extract, many of the medicinal plant extract is having pectin in their content. So pectin is actually a modulator sort of for its bioactivity, whether it is acting as an adsorbent or it is changing the pharmacodynamics of the molecules. So Professor Yabe, any insight on that? How in your lab, or probably how it can be studied, where pectin can be used as a modulator?
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, we originally extracted from each plant. So you already mentioned about it is a little bit difficult to identify that each pectin is the same or not. So depends on the plant. Sometimes we should change the extraction method for the each pectin. And also, we should carefully determine the structure of the pectin, and then we should judge that this pectin is different of the other pectin, or it is very similar to the other pectins. And we believe that depends on the structure of pectins, the physiological function is totally different. So maybe some pectin is affected to the small intestine, and other toxin can affect to the other organs. So right now we continue to study about which structure of what kind of structure of pectin is important to the some physiological function. So still we do the continuously studied about the relationship between the structure of pectin and physiological functions. So it is answered, can be answered to your question.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Yabe. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Myself Devidas, I am from Guwahati. Sir, my question is inactive to check on heart or not?
Sorry, come again.
Sir, in infertility many complications in heart also. That we check or not?
My group and we are at THSTI are not working on heart, but the longitudinal study that I talked about today, 20 weeks wala study, we are preserving heart tissue, and Dr. Sanjay Banerjee, he is probably outside, he is a cardiopharmacologist. So he has interest, and all the samples, tissue samples, we are planning to hand over to him for further analysis. Are you working with Sanjay? Oh.
Anyone else has questions?
Good afternoon, sir. So I am Rahul. I am from DRDO New Delhi. So in your slide you mentioned about the bridging studies in humans. So before going to that, are you also considering like rabbit, primate models and all?
Well, good question. We are restricting ourselves to rodents only, and rodents also we are using mice. So there is an interesting thing about NAFLD. So if you use high-fat diet, so the phenotype in mice is different compared to rats. And if you jump to large animal like parrot, so that phenotype is more closer to human. So in typical human disease, you have hyperlipidemia also along with high fat in liver tissues. But in mice, both in rats and all the rodents, you don't see hyperlipidemia, even using any kind of fat-rich diet. But parrot, you see hyperlipidemia also along with steatosis and inflammation. So if you ask me, unfortunately, we don't have parrot facility up and running right now. So that is why we are restricting with mice, and there is a reason for that. Most of the preclinical development that people are working on for drug discovery, they are also working on mice model. But parrot is supposed to be more closer depicting phenotype compared to human.
There is a technical issue also when you go for higher animals.
No, you need to have your approvals in place. You cannot do even experiment with mice without IIC approvals.
No, but you say in terms of simplicity, I think smaller animals ethical clearance is better.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. For example, there is no parrot facility right now in India. By the way, THSTI is building one, and we are expecting our first lot of parrots in December. So we will have parrot facility soon. But he is right. It's easy to convince people to work on mice compared to higher animals.
That's a lot of enthusiasm, I must say. I think that's all the time we have for the questions. Thank you once again to all the speakers as well as the audience for allowing us to conduct the session so smoothly. We request everyone to kindly head over the arena outside and have your lunch. We will be resuming the program in an hour, so please be on time.
So I had several exposures. I had the pharmaceutical exposure. I continued my practice. I was in WHO. That was the short period when I was not able to practice because I was traveling between Geneva and Delhi. But otherwise, throughout my life, I have been continuously working as a practitioner of Ayurveda. Even after being the director, on every Saturday, I had my OPD in Government Ayurvedic College at Mumbai. Every Saturday, I used to see around 100 patients. So I think that is more of a better introduction than my being director or something else. So you are hearing it from a practitioner. And when we are talking of Ayurvedic medicines, and when we are talking of the clinical trials, experimental studies, and the latest technologies, let us keep in mind that we are all talking about a science which is 5,000 years old, which probably did not have the technologies that you have today. So ditto to ditto comparison may not be always possible. But we must appreciate that even 5,000 years ago, when the whole world was sleeping on health issues, there were several kinds of magical treatments being practiced in different civilizations. India had a full-fledged science of Ayurveda, whereby I normally to my students give two examples. Diabetes is one, and rheumatoid arthritis is the second one, where the ancient description of rheumatoid resembles the modern description of rheumatoid arthritis, ditto word by word. You have the gastrointestinal antibodies traveling to the joint spaces and causing rheumatoid nodules and rheumatoid arthritis. Ayurveda says your Agni is weak and therefore Am is apachit an, the food material which is not properly digested, that is assimilated, that goes and lodges into the Vatasthana. Vatasthana is Sandhisthana, that means the joint spaces. Absolutely, hoobahu, ek dusre se milne wali samprapti. Samprapti means pathogenesis. Similarly, in diabetes, can you imagine we did not have a test to prove that there is sugar in the blood or sugar in the urine, but still they said madhumeh madhusamam jayate sakil dvida. Madhumeh madhusamam jayate. The urine is more like madhu. And mutre abhidhavanti pipilekascha. That means on the urine, whenever you see that there are ants going on it, you must say that it is madhumeh or prameh. So that is the kind of, and they recognized dvau prameho bhavatau. Krishas tatheka paridurvalascha. Ek Krisha pramehi hai. Krish is emaciated, lean. So there is a lean diabetic, paridurvalascha. The second is balwan. So you have two kinds of diabetics. Ek mota hai, ek patla. You have insulin dependent diabetic who loses weight because he did not know that he has diabetes, and he, in spite of eating a lot, what he does is he becomes from 40 kilos, 30 kilos in his younger age group, because it normally happens in the younger age groups, insulin dependent diabetes. So from 40 he comes to 35 suddenly, in spite of lot of eating and having nutritious diets. And then they go and find out that it is insulin dependent diabetes. And in contrast to that, you see all those fatty people who do not work, who sit on one place, do not have exercise. All those reasons are mentioned in Ayurveda. That this is how you will have type 2 diabetes and this is how you will have type 1 diabetes. Absolutely the same descriptions, the complications and everything is there in Ayurveda. Ditto by ditto in sense that you can compare. They are comparable. But if you say, did they have Benedict's reagent to test the sugar levels? Probably they did not have. They had their own means to say that the sugar was present. Even when the sugar is present, there are 4 types of prameh or diabetes which are described where sugar is of different values. One is Kshaudrameh, with more like honey. There is Shuklameh, there is Ikshume, where the urine it's not like honey, but the urine has got a lot of sweetness. So there are different levels of diabetes that Ayurveda. So I'm just saying that when you're talking about Ayurveda, please do not forget, please do not condemn that Ayurveda does not have science. One of my colleagues told me morning there was a little criticism that Ayurvedic doctors don't think in a very scientific way. That's not the reason. That's not the case. Ayurvedic doctors also want your help to get science into Ayurveda. A few moments back, we all speakers were talking to each other. And what we were saying is that we have to complement each other. Ayurveda works. How it works, you please let me know at the cellular level. Because you are the scientists who can work at the cellular level. Whereas for me, whatever is described in Ayurveda is sacrosanct to me. I will practice that. Even WHO says for all the traditional remedies, you don't need a proof of efficacy to practice those practices. It's only the safety which is more important from WHO point of view. So whatever is written in Ayurveda, as an Ayurvedic practitioner, is absolutely sacrosanct for me, and I practice that. I am a practicing Panchakarma Vaidya in the city of Mumbai. I do detoxification procedures like Vaman, Virechan. I don't know how many of you are exposed to that, but those of you who have not heard about it, please go back, Google what is Panchakarma and what are the detox procedures of Ayurveda. You will learn something regarding that. So this is an old science. It had the values and the principles of knowledge that existed that time, and those were different kinds of shastras. Now we have to differentiate between the two, between the allopathy, the modern day science, and the Ayurvedic medicine. The differences are very clear. When we see the chemistry, a plant is a very complex in nature. There is organics, so much of organic stuff into it. You can't count even how many number of organic chemicals would be there in a plant. Whereas in modern medicine, you take ecosprin, you know the molecule. It's very simple kind of chemistry. Target organ is target is very simple, one target. If you have rabiprazole, you know it is a proton pump inhibitor and it is going to go and act there. Whereas if I am giving you Bhunimbadi Kada, probably it is not only correcting your acidity, it is doing several more things because it is complex in nature. It has got Trifla into it. It has got Calmeg, Andrographis paniculata into it. So probably it is hepatoprotective as well. So it is doing many other good things. I normally have been saying that Ayurveda medicines don't have side effects. They have got side benefits. Just as I gave you the example, Bhunimbadi Kada is a medicine for acidity. Now that has got Andrographis paniculata, which is one of the hepatoprotectives. So it is doing several other things at the cellular level. So the target organs are complex for Ayurveda. Potency is very high in modern medicine. Potencies, if you compare with Ayurveda, probably Ayurveda, the potency is little low. Normally we say Ayurveda works by a cumulative effect. You start the medicines today, you will not get the effect today. You will get effect after 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days, barring a few medicines like cathartics or purgatives, which we have now. After 3 hours, you have to run to the toilet. So the incidence of side effects is very high because these are chemical in nature. Modern medicines is very low in Ayurvedic medicines. Action is drastic. You take a tablet of an extra tablet of glimepiride, it will lower down the sugar and maybe it will take you to hypoglycemia. And I've been saying even if you take 1 kilo of Gudmar Patra Churna, you will never land up into hypoglycemia. That's a medicine for diabetes in Ayurveda. So these are not, the action is not drastic. Action is more cumulative. Allopathy, modern medicines depend more on half-life. I mean, their concentration that carries on for 24 hours, something that we call as half-life. In vitro studies are often not very adequate in Ayurveda. If you see in isolation, many of these animal studies might fail. I'll just give an example. One of my colleagues was working on Chandan Asav in urinary tract infections. When the culture and sensitivity reports were done, the reports were unchanged, but the patient was fine. There was no UTI, there was no burning, there was no frequency, there was no urgency. The patient was fine. Probably in vivo, within the system, it is the immunological system which is supporting your drugs to act in a very different way as compared to the in vitro studies. Maybe our immunology and the immunology of mice and rats could differ. These days, let me tell you, Ayurveda is internationally acknowledged, recognized. I had been to London 5 days back. I have seen the situation there. They are also in the process of recognizing Ayurveda. A global center for traditional medicine has been established at Jamnagar. The WHO recognized that traditional medicine is the forte of India, and therefore let us start this first global center of traditional medicine in India that we have. Government we have a parallel system of medicine. Those of you who do not know, we have our dispensaries of Ayurveda. We have Ayurveda colleges. We have Ayurveda research institutes on par with ICMR. We have got CCRAS, Central Council for Research in Ayurveda. And we have the Ministry of Ayush on par with Ministry of Family and Ministry of Family and Health Welfare. Now, in countries like Sri Lanka, the other day the minister said that Ayurveda is recognized as Ayurveda, not as food supplement, not as dietary supplement, not as some biological product, but as Ayurveda in 35 countries as on today. There are yoga centers all across, and there are Ayurveda modules being taught in all corners, nooks and corners of the globe. Australia, New Zealand, USA, UK, wherever you go, you will find that there are courses being run by. They may be recognized, they may not be recognized, but there is awareness and people are doing it. So Ayurveda basically is comprised of two words, Ayu and Veda. That means the knowledge of life. Hita hitam sukham dukkham. So what is life? Life is not just living. Life is not just being disease free, but hita hitam. We lead a useful life, which is productive to others, which is helpful to others. That is the kind of life Ayurveda envisages. And the whole knowledge of Ayurveda is contained in, we call it as Laghutrayi and Brihatrayi. Just as you have Index Medicus or maybe Davidson or Harrison. In modern medicine, we have our own scholars who have written big scriptures encompassing almost every disease in the body. Charak, Sushruta and Bhagbat. Bhagbat wrote 2 textbooks. They are called Ashtanga Hridaya and Ashtanga Sangraha. So these are called Brihatrayi. On the other side, we have Madhav Nidan, Sharangdhara and Bhav Prakash. These 3 came little later. The time period for Charak, Sushruta and Ashtanga Hridaya ranges before 2nd or 3rd century AD, whereas Madhav Nidan, Sharangdhara and Bhav Prakash are little later. They are called Laghutrayi or the smaller triad. And there are detailed descriptions of around 700 herbs and 6,000 formulations. And the classical formulations that are written in these books. Now, I'll just tell you that whatever is written in Ayurveda, probably when the writing technology was not available, this was going in the families. Just like Ramayana and Mahabharata, just like any other ancient Shastra. This was through the families, it was or through the Guru Parampara. It was going on in the society. People used to recite, memorize, pass it down to the next generation. So if the scriptures are around 5,000 years old, maybe the whole Ayurveda is maybe much more than that. It's much older. The classical literature is the systematic documentation of the clinical experiences. So these are all clinical experiences over several hundreds of years, several thousands of years. So they cannot be condemned by a person who says I am MD pharmacology or I am MD medicine and I don't believe it. You may not believe it, but the whole society is based on this. The whole modern medicine came out of Ayurveda. Even today, there are around 100 allopathic medicines which have extracts of Ayurvedic herbs. Digitalis is what? Hritpatri. That's called Hritpatri in Ayurveda. The name itself suggests it was meant for heart. We have Talispatra, that Taxus baccata, the Taxol, which is anti-cancerous, has been extracted from it. There are so many. Vincristin is from Vinca rosea. So the whole knowledge, maybe the application has differed, but the knowledge has been there, and Ayurveda recognized herbs, minerals, and evolved their medicinal properties in terms of, we always count in terms of what is the rasa. Shadras you have heard of, Madhuram Lavan Katutikta Kashai. So our pharmacology starts from Madhuram Amla Lavan Katutikta Kashai. I am intentionally apprising you of these principles because when you are working, you will have to be in touch with some of the Ayurvedic doctors to find out which are the efficacious things on which you should be working. Probably these are the things that he will be speaking. Ayurveda has a very individualistic approach, Prakriti or the body constitution. You will agree that the same drug has an effect on one person, the other person does not get relieved. The third person gets relieved, fourth person has no efficacy of that product. This is all individualistic. So there are Prakritis which are of different nature. Vataj Prakriti, Pittaj, I'm not here to, I'll not be going into the details of what is Vataj Prakriti, but an Ayurvedic doctor will always see your Prakriti and decide the dosage of medicines. That makes it a little more complicated in clinical trials. Because if you are Vata Prakriti and you have a drug which could be anti-diabetic, but you are already Vata, you have Vata Prakriti, may be difficult to treat. The treatment procedure will be a little different. It is not just one molecule, one disease. It is also the human interface, which is important. That what kind of constitution he has. So these are different. We have three doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, and three combination of two, which is called Sansargaj. And then there is a Tridosha, that means all the three are raised. And some dosha is when all the three doshas are in the equilibrium. That is probably the best kind of Prakriti that you can have. If everything is in equilibrium. Because Ayurveda talks of Samadosha, Samagnishcha, Samadhatu Malakriya. That means Ayurveda talks of bringing in the harmony, bringing in the equilibrium in the system. And we all believe, Ayurvedic doctors all believe in a principle which is called Swabhava Paramvad. Swabhava Paramvad is that by nature, by Swabhav se hi, aapko theek hone ki kshamta aapke andar hai. That means you have an inherent nature to get cured. So we just need to assist. The doctor assists. Now, if you get a cut over here, maybe a knife cut, what the doctor is going to do is going to stitch if the gap is big, or else he is going to give a compression bandage. Even if you don't do either of the two, in 3 days the wound is going to heal. So doctor has done no magic. Pneumonia is a self-limiting disease. You would be astonished to hear that. But it is only for the fear of the complications of pneumonia, which occur in 2 to 10% of the cases, that 100% cases of the pneumonia will be on very strong antibiotics and could land up into ICU because of the fear of the complications. Typhoid is self-limiting. You can read any of the medicine textbooks, but it is only 1% of the people who get perforation in the intestine that you have to consume so many of the medicines. So our belief that Swabhav Parambad, do you think the ancient days people were all on antibiotics? Anti-tubercular drugs were not there. Do you think all tuberculosis tuberculosis people used to die? No. There were Ayurvedic medicines, there were homes where people used to go, they used to, there was a Rasayan Chikitsa, people used to get well. It is only because of the fast life that we have today that I want to be well tomorrow so that I am able to attend my office tomorrow. It is only for that, or for the fear of complications, which have been highlighted much more than what they really are. Now, this is how an Ayurvedic practitioner would examine you. Nari Malamutram Jibva Shabda Sparsha Drikakriti. These are the, he will always test the Nari, whether it is Vataj, Pitaj, Kafaj. I can tell you, if I check the Nari, I can say that you have an ache in the neck. I can't tell you, don't believe that. Don't believe any Vaidya if he says, रात को आपने गोभी खाई है, या कल सुबह आपने कद्दू खाया है. No, that all is humbug. An Ayurvedic doctor looks at the pulse from Vata, Pitta and Kapha point of view, and he will be able to depict that Vata is increased. So you are likely to have, if you don't have, he will confirm with you, you have joint pains, you have back pain, you have neck pain. Fine. If you don't have, please take care because your Vata is increased, you could have that. So there is a predictive value to the Nadi Pariksha. Mal Pariksha, Mutra Pariksha, Jivva Pariksha, these are all envisaged in the textbooks. They are there. And these 8 examinations, a clinician has always to perform before going ahead with the patient. Now, the society is highly educated these days. There is an information explosion. When a patient comes to me, he talks of the enzymes. He talks of the diseases which probably I have not read in my syllabus. Maybe if it is 1 in 1 million, probably I would not have come across in my syllabus, but he comes with a disease. So there is so much of information on the internet, in Google and elsewhere. Therefore, for an Ayurvedic doctor, it has become a real challenge to be abreast with the latest classification of diseases, latest knowledge on diseases, and this is a mandatory requirement that we have latest technology in proving our drugs. Gone are the days when I used to say, you take Sitopaladi and your cough will be all right. The patient questions, how will be all right? Is it antitussive or what? How will it act? Is it going to bring my phlegm out or it is going to dry it up there? So until and unless I have done a clinical trial or maybe some animal studies, I'll not be able to answer some of these questions for which I need badly the modern science into it. Moreover, there are certain diseases which have emerged now. HIV/AIDS, chikungunya, dengue, swine flu, even the latest COVID. Now, there it is very important that we initiate researches on Ayurveda and we bring out the best. Another word of caution. Ayurveda is not one single herb that you give the herb and you treat. It's a whole composite management, I normally call it. I was working on diabetic retinopathy and I tried Vasant Kusmakar Ras, I tried some herbal drug. Then one of my students said, sir, do you think we are doing justice to Ayurveda? I said, what do you mean? Sir, आपने यहाँ तो चिकित्सा सूत्र लिखा है. The wholesome treatment. एक बार वो भी करके देख. A new candidate joined for MD. I said, you take this topic. It's a wonderful topic. We will see what is the efficacy. So what we did, Triphala ghee orally. Saptamrit low is a medicine which is very good for eyes. So that medicine also. Netra Tarpan is we retain the ghee over the eyes for the eye diseases. We did that as well. And we saw a composite effect of all these things taken together. So it's all, and we saw that it had better benefits than giving the drug alone. So this is an example of arthritis. That what we say, if you want to get cure from rheumatoid, you have to be on fasting. Langan, of course, is of 10 types. Even going into the sun is Langan. But primarily in the society, Langan means fasting. So fasting will digest the autoantibodies that are there. Swedan is steam. Swedan is the heat application to the body. Whether you apply that heat with the help of sand, hot water bags, or with thermopads, but heat application is something that we need. Tikt Deepanani Katuni. There are drugs with this kind of tikt, the shadras I told you. So tikt in ras, it has to be tikt is kadwa. कड़वे ड्रग्स चाहिए उसमें, कटूनी मतलब तीखे भी चाहिए, और दीपन पाचन, which are good for digestion, because these are gastrointestinal antibodies. They have to be digested. Therefore, such kind of drugs you will need. Then you have to do virechan. That means after that you have to plan a day for loose motions. Ayurveda believes detoxifying the system is very important. If you want the disease to be cured, detox it. And for that, we have Panchakarma, which is called, one is Vaman, is we create emesis. We give a lot of ghee, we saturate the system with ghee for 6-7 days. But so long as you can digest, we keep giving ghee. The moment it starts coming out through the stools, we stop ghee. And then we give one fine day, we give massage and fermentation, and then something for some drug for loose motions. So you purgate for 7 to 8 times. And then there is a diet procedure for 3-4 days. So the whole procedure of Virechana will last for around 12 to 14 days. So the process, I'll take 5 minutes extra. Is that okay? Or you are short of time? Because that process, what happens is when you are taking ghee, we saturate the system with ghee in the incremental dose, so that ghee reaches the cellular level. This is the Ayurveda theory, that it will dissolve, it will take up the toxins with it. What are those toxins? We do not know. Whether it is pesticides, we do not know. Whether it is the fumes from the vehicular traffic, could be. Whether it is the hormones that we are consuming through the milk, could be. We do not know. But Ayurveda says the toxins, there are toxins in the system, they have to go out. So these are the areas of research. What I'm saying we do not know, we need to find out the answers for this. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi did some study in Europe on 150 patients, and he proved that DDT levels, which was a spray which is an insecticide, DDT, that came down after detoxification. So he had 2 groups. One had both the groups, they estimated the DDT levels, and one was given Panchakarma, one was not given Panchakarma. And after that Panchakarma, they found that the DDT levels of those whom Panchakarma was given had come down drastically. So these are some of these short studies which suggest that detox is a very important procedure, and Basti is another Panchakarma. Virechan and the Basti is enemas. Enema, they say in Ayurveda, it is called as half of the treatment. Every treatment on one side and Basti on one side. There are Vaidyas who are treating patients only on Basti, only on giving enema. They don't give medicines, they don't give anything. One of the Vaidyas in Maharashtra he used to say, Pratap Joshi, you remember. Dr. Marwa is also from Maharashtra, so he knows it. He used to say, Basti Ghyani Basti Dya. That means you please keep giving Basti to patients, everyone, and you also keep taking Basti. So he laid so much of emphasis on Basti treatment. When you go to an Ayurvedic doctor, probably he will say that you should be taking, as a patient, Basti will be one of the best treatments that he will prescribe. Single herb or drug cannot be called as wholesome treatment. This is one of the key takeaway message. Chikitsa Sutra, wholesome treatment has to be given. Single drug researches can be done. They must be done, because ultimately we ought to take out the molecules, but they will not form as the only treatment for that disease. So we can continue with those. Research should be preferably be targeted also on Chikitsa Sutra. Composite treatments we don't have to forget. So some of the scientists have to come. There was a Pradhan Mantri Yojana, whereby we had a project in R.A. Podar Medical College, which is an Ayurveda college in Mumbai, where they saw the effect of, it was a multicentric trial by Niti Ayog that time, they saw the effect on bronchial asthma of the Chikitsa Sutra, on diabetes of Chikitsa Sutra. So the wholesome treatment being given. So there are people who are doing it. There are people who are aware of it. So experimental researches may continue by scientists in isolation, but clinical researches must always because there are so many variables which are going to affect the efficacy. So please always have an Ayurveda doctor with you. Areas of research in Ayurveda are not limited only to drug. In Ayurveda, we can do clinical research. We can do fundamental research on principles. What is Vata, Pitta, Kapha? We can try to identify what is Agni. We can try to make a research on that. Can you collaborate that with the acidic system of the stomach? Is it somehow, can you correlate that? So these are some of the questions which, I mean, we can generate those questions and the answers can be found by research. Medicinal plants, of course, ethnobotanical surveys are important. Cultivational research is important. Pharmacognosy is important. Drug standardization research is important. Literary and documentation research is another area. Cost of developing a product, a modern product, modern molecule is around 1.3 billion. This is a London-based study. London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine made this study. Such can the developing countries afford that cost? That's one. Now, Ayurveda literature is very rich. We have the leads. We know Arjuna Rishta is very good for heart. We know Kutaj, the name itself is Hollerina antidysenterica. See, the name of Kutaj is Hollerina antidysenterica. So it has to function on dysentery, IBS, or everything that relates to the large intestine, or maybe even for ulcerative colitis. So similarly, I think we went back to. Yes, please excuse me for a minute. I can't find the cursor. Yeah, I got it. I got the cursor. I'll get back to this. They don't easily move. I think I'm nearing my completion. So Ayurveda leads thousands of years of continuous usage, and Ayurveda has a special property that there has been an unbroken tradition of practice since thousands of years. Whether Mughals came, British came, anybody came, Ayurveda continued in practice. So unbroken tradition of practice is there, and we are allowed clinical trials of the classical preparations without going for safety or safety studies. So you can do clinical trials, you can do backward studies. If you prove that clinically it is very sound, come back to the animal for the mechanism of action. So basically what I am saying is about reverse pharmacology. Reverse pharmacology is that from the human you go to the animal. That is, you know the efficacy first because you have the leads. You know that Haritaki, Terminalia cebula, is very good cathartic, is very good for constipation. So you do researches on it clinically and come back to it. What is the mechanism of action? What is the mode of action? Go back on the animals and see. So this is from the human to the, because you have the leads. This will shorten the gap of the lead time to produce a molecule. That's one. Number two, the cost involved will be very, very low because you already have the leads from Ayurveda. Now there is a huge gap. Why these researches have not happened? Ethics committee approvals for naturals, Ayurveda or herbals are not identified by CDSCO for medical or research institutions. That's the gap. Because if I remember, one of my students had to go for diabetic nephropathy studies to KM Hospital in Mumbai. It took us good around 1 year to get it cleared from ethical committee. There were so many questions, so many questions. By that time, if a student has lost 1 year in getting the ethical clearance, when will he study? When will he do the PhD? So This is a huge gap that Ayush Ministry and CDSCO or the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare collectively have to sort out. If this gap is filled up, I am sure we will have hundreds and thousands of researches that will be happening in medical institutes and the modern day research institutes, which are specifically there with the latest technology. And we have a lot of infrastructure. Today, Dr. Ramakant Sharma in the morning said, the Director Ayush Assam, he said we have a lot of infrastructure. We have central councils, we have universities of Ayurveda. We have Ayush universities, around 8 universities in the country as on today. So basically Ayurveda institutions, we have MD and PhD thesis in our libraries. Those can be screened. I mean, one of the students was just asking me before this lecture, where do I get the traditional books? Ayurveda library, Ayurveda college library is the best source for any traditional literature. So go to those libraries, find out what are the leads, where people have worked. If you find something interesting, come back and start working on it. And those leads from MDs and PhDs can be taken for further research by the central institutions like NIPER, CCRS, ICMR, DST, DISR. And similarly, multicentric trials can be planned. Drug standardization, drug identification is also very important, and mechanism of action by reverse pharmacology. Once you know that it is effective after the clinical trial, come back, find out the mechanism of action and go global gaga about it. So basically integration is the key. What I need is, I need you and you need me. That is the gap. This gap has to be bridged because Ayurveda scholars like Charak and Sushrutan Bhagbat, do you think if molecular biology was there that time, Charak would not have used it? He would have definitely used. Or if Charak now comes on this earth, he would again use the technology that is there in the contemporary sciences. And now especially the modern medicine is focusing on systems biology, bioinformatics and computational biology, where they are taking the whole individual as a whole, rather than thinking of the target organ, they are thinking of the systems biology. So this is where we are going the full circle back towards Ayurveda, where we are talking of the individual as a whole, and we say we are a holistic medicine. Holistic in sense that we think of the human as a whole, and we think of the medicine as a wholesome medicine. So I did a few clinical studies for my MD and PhD thesis. This is just, I'm not getting into that, but I just need to apprise you, Vasant Kusmakar Ras is a gold compound, which is herbo mineral. It has 60% of is metallic, 40% is herbal in nature. And we did trials on diabetic retinopathy. And I was the first in the country to say that Vasant Kusmakar is very effective in diabetic retinopathy. We have reversed retinopathy in around 33% of the cases. And we took the only stage 1 and stage 2 of the non-proliferative kind of diabetic retinopathy. And we have also done experimental and animal studies, and which have shown that it works through the antioxidants, a very potent antioxidant activity on aldactose reductase, and the other marker like VGF, it works on it. And it is because of these actions that it restores the structure of the retina on a long-term usage. With these words, I thank you all for a very patient hearing, and thank you, Dr. Siddharth, once again for giving me an opportunity. Thanks.
Medicinal properties of our derivatives. Dr. Islam is the managing director of the NGI groups. Unfortunately, we could not have him here with us due to some medical emergencies.
Dr. Islam returned to Assam from Saudi Arabia in 2008 and invested his time in research and development. Yeah, Dr. Islam returned to Assam from Saudi Arabia in 2008 and invested his time in research and development on agarwood farming, famously known as the liquid gold for its rich high commercial value, as its oil is used for making perfumes that are loved by the people in the Middle East and the Arab world. He discovered the disease in this indigenous plant and also pioneered the legalization of its trade. Today, Dr. Islam is recognized as an expert in agarwood management and is chairman of Sado Assam Agarwood Planter and Traders Association. However, the highest use of its oil is in making of expensive perfumes. Dr. Islam has received a lot of awards for his contribution towards promoting agarwood business. I would now like to call Dr. Siddharth Sinha, Assistant Professor IIT Guwahati, for.
Thank you, Agniprabhu. It's a responsibility that I'm carrying out on behalf of Mr. Jairul Islam. He was supposed to be here, but because his mother is in ICU and not in very good condition, so he couldn't attend. The reason behind keeping him still here, or his message representing here, is because agarwood is usually known for its perfumery use, and it is usually associated with some religious rituals. But actually, there is a lot more towards it. There are a lot many clinical studies been done on agarwood extracts, which proves its medicinal properties now. And it is at least there are 3 clinical trials which are done. Morning we were talking about mental health. So aromatherapy as a tool for reversing the mental disturbances has been studied, and there were really some good results are there. Also in his group, they have started another area of work where they wanted to use this agarwood extract for, of course, this extraction procedure is something which they have developed on their own. That's a proprietary formulation. But this formulation is working really good as an anti-diabetic, medicine. There is another area where they have started working, where they wanted to present here, but unfortunately, again, he is not there physically. But I just wanted to convey his message. We were also talking about arthritis sometime back. So on arthritis also, some agarwood formulation is working well. So we will just go through a short video how this agar oil comes out, because I'm sure some of you are not from this place and might not be having first-hand knowledge about what is agarwood and what do we mean by agar oil. Those who are from this region probably know about it, and definitely they know about the kind of cost involved in this. It's a very high price thing. You can imagine agarwood tree can cost something around 12 to 15 lakhs. So it can be a very good livelihood option for farming also, which Assam government has recently started with. As Agniprabhu was mentioning, Mr. Islam is one of those person who has deregularized, because this agarwood is something which is a vulnerable species. So earlier it was not legal to cut these trees just like that, or even making products out of it in India. So there were only some gray business which was going on. Now it has been legalized. So in one side, as I said, the wood is very costly, so it is giving livelihood to many. But on the other side, it has a lot of herbal product formulation capability. So we will just see a video of what agarwood and agar oil is. And that is what is the message I wanted to carry out. Thank you, everyone.
takes 2 days to ensure the water content is fully separated from the oil. The oil is then filtered with a specially modified filter to remove the remaining oil distillation residue. To ensure the least amount of water content in the Merauke agar oil, the oil will be heated with a heating lamp for approximately 10 hours. The oil is now finally ready to be packed and sealed for selling.
So the video we just saw is available on YouTube as well as other social media sites. So it's people who just missed it can see it from the other social media sites, and we have no legal rights over this video. So now I would like to request Miss Arunima Dhor to come and felicitate Dr. K.R. Kohli, ex-director Ayurveda, Maharashtra. Request Arunima to felicitate Dr. VIBGYOR, Managing Director, Ayurveda Healthcare. Sir, now I would like to request Dr. VIBGYOR, Managing Director, Ayurveda Healthcare, to come and speak on the dais.
Respected Dr. Kohli sir, I'm sir's student. We both are from Mumbai, and sir has been Director Ayurveda for last 13 years. As the sir said that like he got hold of Siddharth, Dr. Siddharth. Same thing happened with me. Yesterday I was trying to register myself online. And then, like in process, I got his number and I spoke to him. And then he said that, Doctor, can you speak? So I said, what is the subject? So then he suggested the subject. Then I said, see, I don't have time to prepare some slides or something, but because the subject is, like familiar to me, and then I like to extempore, I will like whatever I can share or put light on that particular subject, I'll try to do that. So friends, as you know, the subject is opportunities and challenges for herbal products globally. So wherever there is opportunity, there are challenges also. Opportunity doesn't come without challenge. So I think about opportunities, I think everybody, like since morning, everybody has some or other points they have discussed. I'll also like to summarize few positive things, which is creating huge opportunity for herbal industry or Ayurvedic industry. As we all know, before COVID, the Chinese traditional medicine used to be #1 in the world. And even, they have not changed their form. You go anywhere in Europe, you go in anywhere in UK or anywhere in US, they do their traditional practices. So they use their raw ingredient. Like if patients are going, they will do the consultation. The Chinese doctors will do the consultation. They will give acupuncture and they will get the raw herbs as it is, and they will mix before the patient. So patient have a feeling that they are using it naturally. Everything is before them. Nothing is hidden. So they were running number one, but during COVID, the efficacy of our home remedies and how Ayush promoted, different kadhas and different herbal supplements. So that has given a, lead or plus point of Ayurveda or Indian herbs in the whole world community. So that has created a very positive scenario all over the world. That is one thing. And another thing, as sir said, that WHO Research Center, first research center for traditional medicine, is established in Jamnagar in Gujarat. Like this, it's already inaugurated and it's in process, and it should be active in next 1 year time. And as we, quite often we see that our Prime Minister, he keeps promoting traditional medicine. So, as Ayurvedic industry people, we think that, in the name of traditional medicine, it is indirectly promoting Ayurveda. Because if we compare other traditional medicines, Ayurveda is, it is more full-fledged and other things. So promoting traditional medicines globally, that is definitely going to give us chance to our herbal industry or Ayurveda industry. So that is also a positive thing. And recently, if somebody wants to practice in GCC, that is Gulf countries, they used to, if some Ayurveda doctor wants to practice in any of Gulf countries, they, it was a system where they have to appear for examination. And if they pass that, they were allowed to practice. But now, after COVID, now, they have started giving silver and golden visa, which is like any Ayurvedic doctor, a Unani doctor, or homeopathy doctor. They can go, they can have their clinic, and then they can start their practice. So market is getting opening up. So when practitioners are going outside and they are starting practice definitely the industry is going to grow, because practice will depend on the products. Same way, in NHS, that is National Health System UK, they have also, after COVID, they have also started collaborating Ayurveda in their system. But they have made, they have made a system, like suppose I'm claiming, I'm an Ayurveda doctor and I claim that I treat rheumatism. So they will create a community from Ayurvedic doctors who are saying that we have some formulation or some experience, and then they will choose their normal doctors. Their allopathy doctors or regular doctors from their fraternity, and they will evaluate, and so they are in process. And I hope that in next few years, Ayurveda will be part of NHS, because slowly people are realizing that chemical medicine, is a temporary relief. One medicine, it give you relief for something, but then it creates another disease. So and see the total the herbal market. So 40% market share is with US, with America. 20% is with Europe. 20%, India is sharing only 20% of the market share, and 20% is the rest of the world. And luckily for us, herbal, you say herbal industry or Ayurveda industry, at present also US is the most easiest country to work with products. Only thing, I was discussing with sir, they don't accept us as a medicine. It goes as a herbal supplement. But demand is there. Okay, demand is there. But then again, when I come to challenges, I'll discuss that. For one example, you can get ashwagandha for $2 also in a Patel shop. And if you go to GNC, you will pay $50 for same ashwagandha. So in challenges, I'll talk about that. So see, demand is increasing. Demand is increasing. the whole world want Ayurveda or Indian herbal things. So we have to get, like suppose हमारे घर में बारात आने वाली है, लेकिन हमारी तैयारी नहीं है, तो बारात आके हमारी बेइज्जती ही होने वाली है. So we have to get, we have to get prepared. Opportunities are immense. And like I talked about I talked about US. In European countries also, most of the European countries, they have allowed Ayurvedic herbs as a supplement. Only thing, every country has a list of allowed herbs. So you have to register. If you want to sell your products or you want business, you have to register your product. You have to follow the protocol. And once you've done the protocol, okay, so you can do the business. The problem with us, we all Indians, most of the Indians, that we want to fly, we want to travel to a foreign country without passport. Like we want everything easy. See, most of like our industry, like nobody wants to spend money. Okay, like so that is there, that I come in challenges I'll discuss with you people. So that is there, like Ayurveda is accepted everywhere. Malaysia, like sir said, yes, Sri Lanka has a minister. Before, like we had Ayush minister, 10 years before they had Ayurvedic department, they have minister, they have secretary. Okay, Bangladesh is promoting, in spite it is a Muslim country, Islamic country, so they are fanatic Ayurvedic lovers. There are a lot of Ayurvedic colleges, Ayurvedic industries, they are trying to promote Ayurveda like anything. So, and this year, like as you said, you might be knowing that this is millet year. Like if we talk about grains and other things, spices, all this organic product demand is increasing. And at the same time, like demand for A2 milk and A2 milk products like A2 cow milk, ghee and other things. So when, like these demands are growing, so definitely people are going to, like cattle, they are going to have gosalas and do the cattle farming. So when, like when cow is there, it is going to help farming also. So like, see, opportunities, like I tell you, I just give you my example that I passed out my graduation in May 91 from Bombay University. And then I was among 30 Vaidyas, Ayurvedic doctors, who are being selected from all over India by Maharshi Ayurveda to promote Ayurveda. So I passed out, and in a year's time, I was in Holland, which is headquarters of Maharshi ji. So I have worked there and I'm seeing the international market since then. So, like if now you go to Holland, like you are in Amsterdam, you are in Den Haag, you go to any central place and you enter in, like if you go to the, you'll find a lot of herbal shops and they all are doing very good. Only thing, we are saying Haridra or Haldi, they are selling curcumins, these things are there. So demand is there. And fortunately, like this part is like, in spite you have a lot of natural flora in your area, nothing has happened much here. But if you go to Tamil Nadu, if you go to Kerala, if you go to Karnataka, a lot of contract farming has happened successfully. And companies like Sabinsa Corporation, and there are many big players who are successfully doing contract farming. And, farmers have made a lot of money and still they are doing it. And those states are, Andhra also, they are progressing. So opportunities are there. Now I come to the challenges. So first of all, what I find, like myself, that we are not honest with ourselves. Suppose I'm a student, so because it is my degree or it is my project, I'm doing it. So until and unless we don't make our project as passion, will not be able to encash that opportunity. See, there are many people who are doing social work. But when Mother Teresa became passionate about social work, she is worldwide known. Dr. Amte was there. So he was working for leprosy, but he made that work his passion. So we have to we have to correct ourselves. So honesty is, whether it is industry, whether it is farming, see, there is great demand for honey worldwide. Okay. And, there is immense possibility, and even Honey Mission and KYC and Government of India want, they are promoting, they are giving a lot of subsidy. But what happens, suppose as a businessman, I collect honey from 100 farmers. And out of 100, even if 5 has done some wrong practices, like he has, given antibiotic to the bees, if the bee was infected or some disease was there, the whole lot is going to reject it. So, we need to educate people. We have to work on the basics. If we work on the basics, then only, we'll be able to, cater to the community. And see, I keep on, I tell you my story with Northeast. Last 10 years, I might have been, you can say, some years not regular, but I used to be 10 days in Northeast. I'll travel from Bombay to Calcutta. So 1 or 2 days in Calcutta, 2 days in Bardhaman, and then nearing areas. Then I'll come to Silchar and your area, Hailakandi and all those area, and then Guwahati. So not see, I was making money with my practice. That is one thing. But when we work in such areas, we get a lot of formulations. See what has happened, there is a quack. He will be 8th class pass or 10th class pass. But if he's giving, injections or allopathy medicine, people will go and they will take that allopathy medicine and they will not criticize him. But if there is a Vaidu or somebody who has traditionally learned this knowledge, like from childhood, he or she has, seen what Dadi was doing, what Nani was doing. We are not trusting them. And we have, we have forget all our practices. See, in Ayurveda, there were 50 type of saag, green vegetables. And Bengal was one state, Bengal and neighboring area. Still, still now, even today's time, they will have thankuni, kulekhara, neem ka patta. So 5, I think 5, 6 are in practice, 45 have gone. So a lot of things we have this thing. Madam was talking about, anemia problem with pregnant ladies. Okay. Kulekhara is, available ample in whole of Northeast. 10 leaves of Kulekhara every day. You give it to anybody and test the hemoglobin after a month. So, like Gandhi says, that if we want to bring the change in the society, education is the only tool. In Ayurveda, we have Dincharya, Ritucharya. See, only with medicine, nobody is going to get cured. Until and unless Ahar, Vihar, Vichar, and Vyavhar. It's a combination, the right diet, then lifestyle. Although that education is very important. So now I come to the topic. I will not distract myself. Last 6 months, Ayurveda is my company and I'm Ayurvedic practitioner. But I'm associated with one of the companies known as Jata's Herbals Limited, which is being promoted by Dr. Jailen Sastry sir. And he's the managing director, and I'm also part of the company. So what we are trying to do that, training, supplying quality planting material, and then supervision and guidance, like during harvest, post-harvest, and making buyback arrangements. So we are doing it on a very professional level. And luckily, we have got a very good NGO, which is based out of Northeast. And they are headquartered in Guwahati. Name of the organization is FISS. And there's a big facility in 8-9 acres, which CM has, I think, last month only inaugurated. Name of the place is, I think, close to Lanka. That is I won't be able to pronounce exactly, but it is somewhere between Haflang and Lanka. So that facility is really 250 to 300 students can, stay in that hostel, and all those training and everything can happen. So Dr. Sastry is going to be here tomorrow evening. So we are trying our best. So basically, because my experience is like farmer, like you introduce anything, they have trusted a lot of people, and they have lost money, like they buy the saplings or seed and they pay money for this thing, and then when they produce, there is no market. So we are just trying to, put our best efforts, and sir has, many unique ideas, planning, for whole of Northeast, and we have given some presentation in Mizoram also for all and I'm the coordinator for all these 8 states because I know people, I have worked in these areas. So in Northeast, because you see it is most of the land is it is indigenous organic. Like there are many areas where fertilizers have never used. So getting it certified, the organic certification, getting organic certification is more easier here. So one challenge which we are getting is the certification. If some how you are working with on the grassroots, so you people have to initiate and help farmers to get the organic certification. Once the organic certification is there, the farmer will get a better price also, and market is there. Like ginger is ample here, so there's a huge market. So, and same way there are a lot of naturally grown herbs. So identification and training people for collecting it, and then honey farming and all those things we are going to do. Yeah. So our my wish or my vision is I want to see Assam and these states how like Kanpur, Jhansi, that Bundelkhand area where Organic India is active, and lot of they have changed the life of lakhs of farmers in that area by promoting and educating them into organic farming. So same way we have our vision, and Sastry sir has planned the whole thing in such a way that farmers will be making money every week, every month, every quarter, half yearly, yearly, and even they have a pension. Like there are some they will put some plant which will say like agarwood or sandalwood or asoka, so that will get mature in 10 years. So suppose a farmer is 40 year today, when he becomes 50 year, he will have that return after 10 years. So that very unique combination he has made, and his concept fascinated me, and that's the reason I got associated with him. And we are trying to put our best efforts. So this is on the challenges and opportunities. This is my overview. If anybody has got any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer that. See, I tell you my background. I'm a small Ayurvedic practitioner, but my company is registered in US. Holland is my second home. And since 91, I'm traveling more than 25 countries as Ayurvedic lecturer and consultant. So I know the pulse, I know the demand. I have seen how industry has grown up, and I think that we have to be strong, more knowledgeable, more honest, and performing. Like our people, they will take order, but they will not deliver on time. So it doesn't happen like in Europe. Suppose I'm taking order from you, and there is a date, there will be agreement. So I think I've taken much time. So thank you very much, Dr. Siddharth, and thank you very much. It was unprepared, this thing, because night time my flight was there at 5 o'clock, and I think we spoke in the afternoon. So whatever was there in my mind on the subject, I have shared with you people. And I think Dr. Siddharth will be knowing FIS's office in Guwahati. He has my number, and yeah, Anisa was here. I think she left. Morning she had come. No, Anisa has left. I think she was there in the morning. She had come. Pradeep Da is going to come tomorrow. Yeah. So FISS is like, it is our, that is the agency which is helping us in the network.
It's a very valid point. Like in case of many of the herbal products, we see that comes to a grey market. So many of the times these are collected from forest areas without following much protocol. And so-called middlemen, they aggregate, and as you say, because the global market is very, much expanding, a lot of people are trying to do this. And in that way, many so-called inferior products are coming in, or adulterated products are coming in. So I think there should be some kind of platform build-up. Like I would like to quote one case study. For grapes, all of us we are aware that grapes is one of the commodity which gives us a lot of foreign revenue. And Apida, they have developed
GrapeNet. So this is basically a IT platform in which the farmers and aggregators can get registered. So only the registered people will be able to do business in other countries, where Apida will be facilitating. Say, if somebody wants to export to Holland, so through GrapeNet, if you are registered, that means you have gone through the due diligence and you maintain the traceability. So in herbal, I'm not very sure.
Yes, Siddharth, see, what is happening, like suppose I'm a Ayurveda company, okay, and I want amla. So I call my supplier, he will send me amla, 100 kilos, 100 ton, whatever. But he cannot tell me that this amla has come from Maharashtra, it has come from Allahabad, it has come from Karnataka or which part of India. See, our aim of in Jatas, will be having, everything will be recorded. When we are supplying, the company or the buyer is knowing that it is coming from this area.
It's not only that, it's much beyond. You see, in South Korea, they have a system where on the herb that they store in their stores, they have the life cycle of the plant. Like when it was sown, when it was harvested, when it was brought to the store, under what condition it was stored, so that the moment it loses its shelf life, it is thrown out. So people are aware that from which part of the country it is coming, when it was grown. So the whole life cycle is mentioned in those countries. I think we are moving by the organizations like this. We are moving into that direction gradually.
You see, most of you, everybody we know about Chyawanprash. So the 8 ingredients in that Astvar, that original is not possible with this rate. And and most of them, they are not available now. So Arunachal is the best area to cultivate, in that. So that is like Sir said, Dr. Sastri's vision is very big, and luckily we have got people. We have got very good network in Arunachal, like people from Medicinal Plant Board and Agro Board. They are with us. So that's why I said, I hope that, if we talk about homeopathy, sir, homeopathy tinctures, mother tinctures, the import of homeopathy mother tinctures in India is of around 2,000 crores. Homeopathy companies import homeopathy mother tinctures to the volume of 2,000 crores. So we have a plan, and sir has all the studies and everything, and in Ooty there was some all those homeopathic plant kingdom, this thing. So all those know-how is there with sir. So we are trying to make Mizoram as a homeopathy plantation and production. And sir, Narkesar is the national, like Mizoram state this thing. Okay. It is plenty, like you will find Narkesar plants. So likewise, sir has a lot of studies, so we are trying to just, it will take some time, and we have got good group with us, and
Narkesar is one of the best technique agents. One of the best coagulants.
Siddharth is also like, through his student I came to know, he's from Bombay, basically, who came to take me to the airport. So he is also working in the rural areas. In some area where he is working in Gotukola. Yeah?
Yeah.
So it is bordering to Bangladesh area.
There is one more issue your talk has come. In one side we are talking about farming of many of these plants. But when we farm, for at
least some, even in Coca-Cola we have seen that secondary metabolite or the bioactives, their concentration drastically changes. Because in farming we usually go for, if it is not well studied, regular farming might reduce the secondary metabolites, which are essentially from the plant's perspective, if you see, those are protective chemicals for them. So if you are giving them a very conducive environment, they don't really produce much of this.
That again is a research material.
Yes, this is
you do researches whether in situ, in forest, the herbs grown there are better or the cultivated are better.
For Gotukola, at least the scientific evidence says that the forest grown are better.
See, always, anything which is grown naturally, the wild will always have a better quality. Whether it is grain or herbs, okay, so that will, but like as I said that, Dr. Sastry has got ground experience, he was into research with Sir Malik, both are from Dabur. So Dr. Sastry has got very practical knowledge. He has done practically also farming and all those things, and a lot of questions which you have. So tomorrow he is there. Tomorrow evening 6 o'clock he will be reaching, and I'll let you know the hotel close to the airport, because day after morning he is flying to Imphal. We are getting around 300,000 acres of land in Manipur for farming.
Great.
So for that he is going tomorrow. So we are getting a lot of support, and we are making farmers partner in that. Okay, even in the profit, we are paying them salary also every month, for their work hours and their value for the crop, and then they get a shareholding also in the profit. So even they will slot in the last date. So some unique concept he has developed. So maybe tomorrow or next time when he comes.
Sure.
Because see, I'm a practitioner basically. Okay, and as I said, I have got a lot of formulations for cancer. Then in Maharashtra, sir, Nirgundi is this thing. So Nirgundi is Vitex Nirgundi, Vitex Nirgundi. Okay. So one of my maternal uncle, was having sciatica, very severe sciatica, and I am from the oldest and best Ayurvedic institute of Mumbai. तो सर हमारे यहाँ रामगोपाल जी को भी दिखा लिया, श्रीराम जी को दिखा लिया, सारे सब जितनी आयुर्वेदिक दवाइयाँ सारे कुछ नहीं हुआ. And then he met a Vaidu. Vaidu means they will come door to door and they will give you something. So the seed of Nirgundi, see, only what I have to do as a physician or formulator. So Nirgundi का seed जो है ना, उसको घी में भुनना है. Take the seed and उसको घी में भुनेंगे और रवा डालना है उसमें. जैसे हम हलवा बनाते हैं, रवा सूजी बनाते हैं, तो वैसे निर्गुंडी डाल के बनाना है. सुबह सुबह बना के उसको आप खिला दो और दूध पिला दो. 15 डेज में sciatica गायब. तो ये प्रैक्टिकली मैंने देखा. And then in Ayurveda, if you go to my website, I have a formulation, Artravita granules. So Nirgundi is the main ingredient. अब उसमें घी मिला नहीं सकते, रवा नहीं मिला सकते, तो उसकी तीक्ष्णता है, जो हीट है, उसको कम करने के लिए उसमें निर्गुंडी, एस्टिमोदी ये सब ब्लेंड करके हमने बना दिया. इट इज माय बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट. लाइक एनीथिंग रिलेटेड विद मसल, बोन और नर्व, in 1 month, patient gets the benefit, and that is my best selling product. Like Pulekara, I said, sir, Pulekara can be, I tell you that is my dream project for thalassemia. If I have already done some trials, so it will be a non-iron based cemetery. I have done with say 10-20 patients. Again the money conflict and everything for clinical trials. And that close to the airport, Silchar airport, there is some area, and I am seeing a cancer patient in a camp. Also उसका hemoglobin 15 है. तो गाड़ी से इससे उनको कैंसर बोल के भी लग के भी कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. एंड देन ही सेड कि डॉक्टर बाबू, मैं ये ना मेरे को किसी ने बताया था, मैं ये 10 पत्ते रोज खाता हूँ. ही took me in the backyard and he showed me that Pulekara plant. So he said I take 10 leaves of this. So you see a patient of blood cancer maintaining 15 hemoglobin with cholesterol. So Anukul Swami एक है यहाँ पे एक SART है, so they have some product with cholesterol. They have some tablet and syrup. So
other products also.
but this product for anemia works wonders. They have a syrup, they have a tablet with cholesterol, guduchi and good. Good is also like. ठीक है मैडम बोल रही थी ना, मैडम को बोलो सबको गुड़ फ्री में भेजो.
I think some more questions are there. So
Questions are most welcome. इसमें से कितने लोगों को हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती है? How many of you don't understand Hindi?
I think all of them.
सर हिंदी समझते हैं ना? सुबह से यार अंग्रेजी बोल के लग रहा है हम लोग कहीं लंदन में आ गए.
There are some listeners online.
Oh sorry.
Turkey से है, Nigeria से भी है.
Okay. So yeah, come.
There's one question from Abhishek wants to ask.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question now?
Yeah. Go on.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Abhishek, and I was listening to both the lectures of Dr. Kohli and yours, and I have just couple of questions. Basically, just to give my background, I am associate professor in university in Turkey. And I'm basically from India, as you might see with my face.
With your appearance, yeah.
With my appearance, yes. And I live in Belgium. I have a residence in Belgium. Okay. So I have a couple of questions, but I'll just try to brief them down to the most important ones.
Right.
My first question is, of course, I also, being from Bengal and also from the same traditional aspects that you had mentioned, I also was born or brought up with the aspect of Ayurvedic point of view, when my own grandfather was practicing a bit of Ayurveda with his good friend. Having said that, I'd like to know that what still is lacking for Ayurveda to come to the forefront of medicine. I'm not trying to say Ayurveda is still nowhere. That's not my intention. And I don't know anything about that to comment on that. I just want to know that what still stops Ayurveda to come to the forefront of modern medicine, considering the fact that there are, as you have explained and Dr. Kohli has mentioned, some miraculous benefits, which can probably give some more interesting results than modern medicine. That's number one. And maybe you can answer this first and I'll go to the next question.
Yeah. Abhishek, my observation for this situation, the people of Ayurvedic community is responsible for it. Okay, I work in many years I have worked in West Bengal. So there 90% Ayurvedic practitioner, they loot the patient.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's why I said we are responsible for our own this thing. So if some patient is going, they will try to, for the whole day income, they want from one patient. So, correct. And the lack of education is there. That's the reason I'm saying that, there has to be some education or propagation from the government or from the from NGOs. Okay, because now, see, if you go to Maharashtra, if I give a Pudiya medicine, loose medicine, if I give, yes. nobody's like how sir said that even they come with the Google and their questions and they do cross questions to us. But in West Bengal or in Northeast, a patient is asking some question that Ayurvedic doctor will throw him out of his clinic.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is there. So now, but see, now there are a lot of government dispensaries and hospitals and colleges are coming up. Young generation, young generation, like the recent Ayurvedic students, like they are like who are learning like from West Bengal or from here, they're going to Karnataka, or they're coming to Maharashtra, and they're getting the proper education. So things are improving. Okay, things are improving. See, this is basic nature of we Indians, that we don't value our own things.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. That has been also one of the reason. I totally understand understand this.
Yeah.
I personally feel, doctor, that again, it's my opinion, but I personally feel that as you said, that we are, the whole community of Ayurveda is responsible for this. I think if we compare the classical medicine, which is basically the Ayurveda, if I refer to, and the modern medicine, the way the students are grinded, they come through a very severe examination procedure, and eventually they become medical doctors, let's say MBBS or MD in India and MD directly in abroad. This kind of grind we do not see in Ayurveda, and that is one of the reasons probably why we have, sorry to say, but quacks in Ayurvedic, and this is a problem. Actually, I've been to Mexico several times, and I know that there are excellent medicinal treatments also from the Mayan and the Aztec people community, and they are now regularizing it. They are regularizing it now. They are trying to make it more, bring it to the forefront, because modern medicine cannot give so much of, cannot provide so much of help to the people. So that's one thing I think probably a message from us, like let's say the younger generation, not the young, but the younger generation, that there needs to be a more drastically aggressive approach to get the best of the Ayurvedic. I don't mind if there is only one Ayurvedic doctor in the whole community where I live in India, where my parents can go with complete trust that this man will not dupe him. That's the kind of grind that we have, we need. Otherwise, at the end, it will be very difficult for you or Dr. Kohli to protect this classical approach.
Dr. Kohli is answering your question.
Are you able to hear me, Abhishek?
No, not so well, unfortunately. I just hear.
Just 1 second, then I'll have to come.
Yeah, if you could come to the dais, sir, kindly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Abhishek, you see, the first thing, why Ayurveda has not gained that position which it should have, right? So the reason is that up till now, up till last few years, most of the Ayurvedic doctors, they were practicing allopathic medicines.
Right.
They had their license to practice Ayurveda. They were practicing allopathic medicines. And the reason is not those Ayurvedic doctors. The reason is the society. You don't believe them. You don't go to them. They have to have an earning. They have to make a living. Therefore, by giving an injection, they get around 100 or 200 rupees. Therefore, they did it. But now gradually the awareness has become, the patient comes to us and says, he confirms, when he sees me in Thai, in my clinic, the first question he asked me, sir, aap mujhe Ayurvedi denge na? Are you going to give me Ayurvedic medicine? Are you pure Ayurvedic doctor? I said, yes, sir. Yes, why not? By putting a tie or a coat, I don't become allopathic doctor. So I am an Ayurvedic doctor. I'll give you 100% Ayurvedic medicines. Now we have the confident practitioners coming up in the market. The question you raised was that whether there is a stringent examination system for them to enter into this profession. Yes, it is there. It is there. All the Ayurvedic admissions for BMS or MD or Unani, they happen only through NEET now, all across the country. For several years now, that is and it's only through competition. Whatever amount of money you pay, you won't get the seat out of turn. Okay. It'll be only in some of the colleges where they don't seats get filled up. Maybe a third-class college which nobody looks at. Probably there one might get an admission by doing some unfair things. But otherwise, everything is on merit. This society now has also become aware. Earlier, people used to think it is only arthritis. 60 years aged person and his wife would come to an Ayurvedic doctor. Now, let me tell you, all the IT guys coming back from US from UK, before they come back to Mumbai to their parents, they fix up an appointment with me and they come to the clinic. At 22 years, 23 years, 25 years old, people are coming to us now for treatment. So the society shows confidence in the doctor. The doctor earns. He does his own practice. That was not there a few years ago. I don't ascribe to that idea too much of what Dr. Kushwaha said, that Ayurvedic people have looted or what. I don't ascribe that idea. There may be a few bad people in the community. You can't. They are bad everywhere. There are people who have been doing kidney transplants. You know, they have been behind bars. Right. So
the society as
good
such must need to be aware that
good and bad people exist everywhere. But I think now the good days have come. The Ayurvedic doctors, the kind of Ayurvedic education the government of India is stressing. I've been the director myself for Maharashtra for 13 years. The kind of standards of education, that the change I have seen is in those 13 years. In a student who is passing, who was used to pass in 90s, and now who is passing in 22, there's a lot of difference. He talks of Ayurveda. He discusses Ayurveda. He comes to me only to discuss Ayurveda. Whereas earlier, these students used to go to pharmacology people, some allopathic doctors to learn a little bit of allopathy so that they can have their practice. But now the days are changing. I think good days are coming for Ayurveda, and you will see 35 countries have already recognized Ayurveda practice in their countries, and many more are yet to come. They are on the way.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli.
You wanted another question, no?
Yeah,
you wanted to pose another question.
Yes, just another question. That was mainly for Dr. Kushwal, but I think you are very well qualified for that. No, it's okay for me.
No problem. Go on.
Yeah, Dr. Kushwal, you mentioned that your Holland is your second home, right? You mentioned you live in Netherlands.
Right.
Yeah. So I live in Belgium, so I'm your neighbor in some sense. So I just want to know that what kind of activity, if it's not too personal, of course, and not confidential, are you involved in the importation of traditional Ayurvedic products to Holland, or you have completely different aspects of your living in Holland?
See, basically,
there is a reason why I asked this question, so that's why I will.
No, that's okay. See, as you know, like Netherlands have around 500,000 Bhojpuri speaking people. Bhojpuri is my mother tongue. Okay. So that is one common reason in
they are the Surinamese, right?
Surinamese. And my niece, she has done post graduation from Jamnagar. She is born and she's born and brought up in Netherlands only. And she was the girl who was not knowing Hindi, not knowing English. You know, when we put her for graduation in Jamnagar, she used to cry. In Jamnagar Ayurvedic University, there are 10 seats for foreign students, which they teach especially in English medium, and you get students from all over the world. So she did her graduation from Jamnagar, and then she did her post graduation in from there. And now she has got a clinic in Den Haag. So she basically, my network is mainly with the patients.
Okay, so you practice in Netherlands?
No, like I travel there. Maybe like earlier I used to go there every quarter, and then there are I have my coordinators. Like in US also, in different part of states and cities, I have got the coordinators. So I have my fixed program. So and they will book the patients. So yeah.
And just a question, do you happen to get enough of, or let's say a sizable amount of Dutch population, let's say non-brown population? I'm very direct.
I tell you, like, see, I tell you, I would say Goras are more fanatic for Ayurveda than our people.
Okay.
Yeah, we get like, even if I go like anywhere I travel, Goras follows us, like Goras are, because, like once they are with you, they will be 100% with you. They will sit with pen and paper, whatever diet. See, because Ayurvedic treatment won't go without proper diet restriction and lifestyle changes. With our herbs, if the patient is making lifestyle changes, then only it is going to get 100% cure. Okay, so that is my way of doing practice. So I get response. I've been like since 92. I have been working all these countries like Germany and Antwerp, Brussels. I've got a lot of patients. UK also, like now my son is there in UK.
Okay, the reason I asked this, Dr. Kushal, is that it's not that easy to import Ayurvedic products or
See, whatever you take my number from Siddharth. Anything you want in Belgium or Netherlands, I will get you officially. See, there are certain parameters. If I'm sending you something which is 100% of herbal origin, which doesn't contain heavy metals or pesticides, there is no hassles. See, there is a criteria, na? If we follow that, so I'm registered with DHL, okay, and anywhere in Europe or in US, my parcels are delivered between 4 to 6 days maximum. If it is weekend, like if I suppose shipping on Friday, then it will take 6 days. Otherwise, within 4 days, my parcels are delivered.
Okay.
Because see, I'm not doing any wrong practice, na?
Yes, yeah, exactly. That was not. I mean, I do not doubt your integrity, of course. But why I said this, because I had to. I had a very strange experience. I had to, because of the post-COVID. It's a personal experience which I can share with you all. Of the post-COVID, I had some trouble. I was there in Belgium, and I could not get this Chyawanprash coming from India, except from the local Indian shop, that was completely sold out. They had the shop in Antwerp, in Brussels was completely sold out. So what I found was that there was one company in Germany that actually makes the Chyawanprash themselves. And I got all their details and everything now. And actually, they're very willing to collaborate with me because they did not realize that their products would be even needed by an Indian guy who lives in Europe. So it's for me, when I tasted their Chyawanprash, I have to tell you, sir, it is very different from what I've tasted in Dabar's Chyawanprash. And I still have the bottle with me.
Have you tried chocolate made with Chyawanprash?
No, I didn't. I mean, I'm saying about the difference. Dabar's Chyawanprash, the Chyawanprash that was made by this German company was different. So is there kind of like a difference in preparation or something? But anyway, this is not the subject of my question, so you don't have to answer it now.
Abhishek, we are on a public forum. We are on a public forum. Okay, it is your practical experience. Okay,
sure.
So here, like all the audience is there. Okay, for a layman, like suppose I'm giving ashwagandha. Okay, so if I'm giving you powder, the results will be different. If I'm giving you ashwagandha water extract, the results will be different. Okay, if I'm giving you standardized extract of ashwagandha, results will be different. So it depends what is the efficacy of the ingredient, how much is the purity and all those other things are. See, it is like food, na? How fresh and how good quality or ingredients are.
Yeah, that's where the qualitative and the quantitative differences come, sir, actually. So that's what I wanted to focus on. Yeah, so, I guess we should let others to ask questions.
Yeah, that's okay.
I will take your number. I will be in touch with you.
Yeah, be in touch with me. We have Ayurveda Alliance. I have my Dutch partner, and we have Ayurveda Alliance company where we have got our partners all across East Europe and Central and West Europe. So I've got the whole network there.
I will take your coordinates from Siddharth.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you so much. I need to intervene. I have to play a devil's advocate here.
It's okay.
So probably we have to cut short the Q&A session because now we are going to drift a bit from Ayurveda or traditional Ayurveda. We are going to cover a lot more other herbal products, which also is becoming a buzzword today. So probably we will call our next speaker, who is an entrepreneur, young entrepreneur, who is trying to develop a herbal tea. So probably we can bring in. She is going to give a short presentation, and after that we also want to cover something on the herbal cosmetic side. These are the areas where again a lot of emphasis is going on.
Hello, can I start presenting?
Yes, please.
Sure. I hope my screen is visible to everybody.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, yes. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And after listening to all the speakers ahead of me, I'm feeling very bad that I'm not there in person to present this and interact with you all. But I'll try to make most of this time and try to tell you all about my product as well as me and my work. And would love to get in touch with each one of you personally. And so to begin with, my name is Akshashri. I'm the founder director at Tad Udyog Private Limited. So before I actually go on to describe about the bamboo leaf tea, I will first like to tell you a bit of a brief about my company. So Tad Udyog Private Limited is a bamboo innovation company. We started our work in the year 2016 with a craft brand called Silpkarman. And Silpkarman deals majorly in home decor and kitchen utility product. And from the year 2019, we started working on the bamboo leaves tea blend, and we launched it last year. Currently, we are based, our production is entirely based out of Tripura. We work with 250 plus artisan and community members. Everything that we do, make, and sell is done in house, right from the production to the packaging to the sales channel. We sell through our website, e commerce platforms, and we are exporting our products abroad as well. Um, our efforts have been recognized by the likes of Forbes Asia 30 under 30, and very recently by Niti Aayog, where I was awarded the Women Transforming India Award for the year 2021. Um, so this is a brief about the company. Now talking about the products that we develop, we focus on developing products that are customer centric, and the core of the product that we create is always using bamboo. So whenever we see that there is a customer problem that can be solved through using bamboo, we try to proactively innovate, research, and create a product for that. And like this, we are not just creating positive impact in the life of our consumers, but also we are creating job opportunities and impactful stories for community members and tribals living in the bamboo growing region. So this particular presentation is entirely focused on our flagship product, BUT, the bamboo leaf tea. Throughout my presentation, I will be talking about what inspired me to create this product, how was the research innovation taken forward, how is it made, and what is the response that we have received till now. So as you all have been speaking about herbal medicines, traditional medicine practices, and Ayurveda, uh, one thing about bamboo in use as a medicine in popular knowledge, we only see it coming from the Southeast Asian cuisine and medicinal practice, whether it is Cambodia, Vietnam, China, Korea. However, when I was researching, when my co-founder Dhanishri was researching this product, she figured that the earliest mention of bamboo and its usage in medicinal practice is in 500 AD. And in India, you find it in Ayurveda, which is in Ayurvedic which date back to at least 10,000 years ago. So even though bamboo in terms of traditional medicines or as a herbal product is not very popular in India, but it has always been present in our traditional medicine practices. And following that, we've researched more, and we figured that in Ayurveda, bamboo is mentioned as Vamshalochana, and it's basically a matter secreted from the bamboo nodes. And one thing which I personally found very surprising is that in the Bhavprakash Nighantu, it is the Chavanprash recipe also includes the same Vamshalochana, the bamboo matter that is secreted from the nodes. And I was so surprised to see that a product like Chavanprash, which is used and talked about so widely, and almost everybody in India and so many people abroad also use it in daily basis, has something like this as a key, as one of the ingredients. So this is what led me to experiment with bamboo in the space of nutraceutical and something edible other than the traditional food that is available, like the pickles and the shoots, which is already part of the northeastern cuisine. But I wanted to explore something that is new, interesting, and something that really solves the core customer problem. And there where that is when I figured that India has a vast variety of bamboo species, and we figured and picked out different species that we blended and created the tea blend, which is actually a patent pending blend right now. um, Now, talking about the process, I won't be delving very deeply into the process of making it, but just the gist of it, that it is a very, very meticulous process, and we have a specific team trained of 35 members whose job is very meticulously designed, right from collection to drying to crushing, blending and mixing of the leaves. So it's a proportionate, very dedicated process, which is how the tea is actually made. And one of the USPs of the tea is that it is not the powdered form that is widely available. So if you look at bamboo tea that comes from China or Korea, they all come in either raw leaves form or they come in powdered form. But ours is a blend which comes in granular, more easier to use, and very fragrant and a beautiful colored form. Um, Taking this forward, if you look at it now, bamboo has a lot of benefits. Now if you look at products which are especially in herbal tea space, they only promise to have antioxidants. Now in Ayurveda, bamboo has been recommended because of its antioxidants, because it helps in balancing kapha pitta, and it also helps in lowering the blood glucose levels. But bamboo is more than antioxidant. It's not just any other herbal tea. It's, I think, the only kind of tea that also has nutritional benefits. It has silica, it has protein, it has fiber, potassium, zinc, and so much more. And even in Western medicine, bamboo and bamboo related products have started to be recommended by the doctors entirely on the base of the nutritional factors that it has. And also in Ayurveda, it was primarily being seen as a healing plant, which had a lot of healing properties, and which help in improving skin health. So uh, right from Indian traditional to Southeast Asian traditional medicines to now Western medicines coming and taking favor of bamboo in regular usage, and doctors are actively recommending bamboo based products to their patients, so much so that even companies and corporate like Pantene has recently launched a bamboo extract shampoo. So that talks a lot about how much is the potential of this particular plant, and India is so blessed in abundance with it. And there is so much of scope of researching and creating product that are customer centric, and it can solve so many customers pressing problems. So when I talk about customers, because it's very essential to understand that the baseline of any traditional medicine or practice is that the food is medicine and the medicine is food. So it is not something that has to be added with the food. It's not, no bottled capsules or something, because just now sir was also saying that lifestyle changes and lifestyle practices are very essential when you want to look at long term goals of your health. And if you look at people now, or people's lifestyle right these days, it's busy, it's hectic, and almost everybody suffers from one or the other kind of health problem. So even if you're absolutely fit and fine, you'll have maybe low immunity, so you are more prone to getting allergic reactions, or you have a poor people are anemic. One in two women in India have low iron, so they are all anemic. And one of the key ingredients or the benefit of the bamboo tea is it has both iron and copper is known for the absorption of iron in body. So this tea is actually effective for people of just any age group. And after we understood that, okay, fine, people are having such and such problem and they need a solution that can, not just help them on one parameter but help them on multiple parameter, that is not only just antioxidant rich but also gives them nutrition. The next challenge that we were trying to solve was, how do we make it easy for people to use? And that's when, the granular form and the whole process of making it came into being, and how it, proved to be an advantage. Because if you just brew the bamboo leaves, the tea that we have, just generally it has a very nice fragrant golden colored tea, and you can have it just normally. But just say, you don't have the time to, specifically boil the tea and have it every morning, you can actually put the bamboo leaves with your regular chai, coffee, or whatever you want. A lot of times what I personally do is I just boil the leaves at night and I let it rest, and the entire day, next day, I'm consuming it like normal water. So the tea has multiple ways where it can be used. So it is not just rewarding in terms of a product, but it is also very seamlessly added into one's lifestyle, which you can use it like cocktails, you can use it like a filtered water, you can use it in cooking, you can use it in your regular tea, coffee, and that too without affecting the taste of your product. So the whatever you are consuming, the taste of it does not get affected. And that is I think one of the core USP of the product, that having a medicinal benefit, it's so seamlessly adoptable. So so this is what this is how you can prepare the tea. And currently the tea is available on Amazon, Runway India stores, and our website online. It is being sold directly on the Organic World stores, which is roughly around 12 plus stores in Bengaluru, and we have 6 plus retail partners or boutique stores which are selling this product. And in the past 1 year we have received very overwhelming response from everybody who has used the tea. Also, when we launched the tea, we had released a health campaign where we asked people to respond to certain parameters on a weekly basis, and we asked them to at least try have the tea thrice a week. And what you will be surprised to know is that at least 85% of respondents said that they saw visible changes. They felt more energetic. They felt that a lot of women said that their nails are growing faster, their hair quality has improved, and 65% of our clientele today is actually from repeat purchases. So those who are using the tea and consuming it on a regular basis and have actually adopted it in their lifestyle have seen the benefit of the tea, and they've given us a very very positive feedback. um, Going forward, what we are planning for this product is that now that our health program was such a success, we are going to launch a permanent health program which will come complementary with the tea. Because like all of us here has seen that until or unless lifestyle changes are incorporated, a product cannot really work for you, especially when it comes from a traditional sense of background. Because like I said, food is medicine, medicine is food. So when we create a product from that thought and philosophy, it is very important that we make sure that the consumer is not just using the product, but they really adopt it in their lifestyle, and they make those positive lifestyle changes to realize the real potential of not just themselves but also the product. So we will be launching a permanent health program with the product. Also, we are working on flavored blends which will be grown organically in communities where we work. So this will include local fruits and flowers, and we are also going to be soon offering subscription based models for our partner stores and website. My reason of being here, and I must say Siddharth sir has been very helpful in not just developing this product but also taking this forward and giving me I've literally taken his help so many times, and he's always been so generous with it. And that has given me the confidence of taking this product forward, because this blend, if used in a concentrated form, can also be used for making ready to drink beverages. It can be used for making nutraceuticals and cosmeceutical products. One of the things that we are currently working on, which we are currently experimenting, is that if we can turn this particular blend into candies, which can be easier to consume for kids, or jellies, which are more consumer oriented but nutritious. So this product, and particular research and innovation, is a benchmark for anybody who's working in the bamboo space. And also it has a very fresh outlook, where we are using a herbal product and bringing it into the mainstream FMCG industry. uh, and that's all from my end. I'm leaving my website and contact details with you all, and I would really like to get in touch with you all and get to know about you. And if there are any questions, I'll be more than just happy to answer it.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation. To me, it looked like more like a PR presentation than a scientific presentation. Sorry for this to inform you. So coming back to the question that I asked you, because it's a scientific congress, do you or can you share some data, for example, from your tea, from your product, whereby you can say the polyphenols, how much amount of polyphenols that you have deducted from your raw materials, or how much have you reduced, how much is the caffeine content, and all other scientific factors. Can you share those details with us, or you haven't done yet so far?
It is absolutely lab researched. We have the polyphenols, as well as all the other nutrients that are mentioned on the pack are well researched, in both at IIT Guwahati and in private laboratories. So we have the complete data for it, and it is also available on the pack. As far as the
Could you share those
caffeine,
slides now? Is it possible? Because
uh,
I don't have access to the pack.
okay, wait, I can give you the data verbally. I cannot probably share it with you because I don't have it handy. And as far as the caffeine is concerned, bamboo does not have caffeine. It is caffeine free 100%.
Okay, okay, good to know. Yes.
Okay. So I won't be able to share the entire test parameters. However, yes, so the total polyphenol in the tea on dry basis is between the range of 46.2 plus minus 15.6.
46.2. And what is in the traditional tea that is usually available in the market, the polyphenols?
The traditional tea that is available in the market. So when we draw the comparison, we did it with the Lipton green tea, and Lipton green tea had somewhere around 62.5 polyphenol level.
The Lipton tea had 62.5. Sorry, I'm just writing it down there. So do you have your product, or the natural product has 20% less in terms of dry basis. That's what I understand.
20 points, yeah. Yeah.
And how does it affect how does it, I mean, very simple question for me. Why would I buy your tea? Because I find it quite expensive, to be honest, in your website. Why would I buy your tea compared to the standard tea, for example, a green label or a black label, or even a normal chai? So just
So the idea is pretty
scientific
simple.
please.
The idea is pretty simple. Here, what we are trying to give to the consumer is not just any beverage. It's a beverage which is rich in nutritional content. So if you would have heard the presentation and saw this deck, it is rich in silica, it is rich in protein, it has zinc, it has iron, it has copper. So your regular tea is just any other beverage. Yes, some of the teas has antioxidants or maybe caffeine, and mind you, the the traditional tea is actually known to have side effects in the longer term, but this particular tea is actually giving you health benefits, right? And it's not
What kind of health benefits, madam? What kind of health benefits?
now
Having
for
20% less polyphenol?
Polyphenols is just one of the things. It has silica. So Lipton green tea maybe has 20 points more polyphenol, but it has zero silica, it has zero calcium, it has zero protein, and it has zero zinc. Zinc is
Hello.
responsible for immunity.
Hello. I'm
Protein-
sorry to intervene.
Yes,
We
sir.
have one full session left for today, and we are really running short of time. So I'm sorry to
Yeah, no
interrupt
problem.
this
I was just expecting
interaction.
some scientific slides to understand
Yeah.
the product a little bit more better. No problem.
Correct. So what we will do, we will actually make a consortium, please. So we can make a consortium where we can have this, one-to-one interaction.
Yeah, if
And
there's a
as
breakout session, do you organize breakout sessions? If there are breakout sessions, we can discuss very clearly.
yes. Sure.
Thank you.
So probably we will move to our next person. As I was telling that we are going away, little away from traditional Ayurvedic medicine. So the next one will be on herbal cosmetics. One case study we would like to hear.
We would like to invite Ms. Gujata ma'am to present a case study on herbal cosmetics.
I think again, because we are running little late, so we have lost her. Can we get her? So probably she has also shared a small video. Can you run it?
I am Dr. Sujata. I have a firm Kumshumbam which makes herbal products, which is chemical free. So I would like to thank IITG for giving me an opportunity to participate.
Hello everyone.
So I am in the startup stage.
Hello, am I audible?
At this
Yes.
I would expect.
Okay, I honestly I thought the video is going to suffice, so I didn't prepare any. Presentation, as in.
Are well researched and patented.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We just wanted to hear the kind of product you are working with, and if you have some specific comment to make, because this is one area where a lot of development is happening. This herbal cosmetics part.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Sujata. I have a firm called Kumshumbam. So we are making herbal products. So mine, like I have been researching in natural product chemistry. So some of them are my patented and published papers, outcome of those. And right now, as I've just started, so I have three hero products. I have totally herbal hair dye, and I have soap with which has variants, and I have a herbal shampoo which is rice water, but then it is based on a formulation of our traditional book of the Manipuris, and I found that it is very, it has many scientific reasons of all the ingredients. Of course, it doesn't have many ingredients, but each ingredient has some functions, and it is very good for the skin, as in for the scalp. So I have these products, but then I'm trying to scale up. But then for this, I went for a German access program, but then I was shortlisted, and then they said they postponed mine because they said I would need some certification for food and tea. It is very easy to get the FSSI, but then for me, I'm trying to find out what kind of certification would help me validate my work, and do I need to further do any research for updating my brand. So that I am in this stage. So I have always participated in all the most of the conference by SART, and I have found it very. I learned a lot from it. So this time I couldn't come personally, but then I thought I'll join online. So I thought my video will suffice. So I have not made any presentation, but right now, as someone who is making herbal product, so I need some kind of validation or certification, even though my products are patented, but still I feel that some kind of validation or some certification is required. I went for Ayush certification, but here in Manipur, no firm in Manipur has got the Ayush certification. So I am in the process. I have all the the technical requirements that some of the products, they need to have publications, and it should have technical support, as I'm a chemist in myself. So we have all the technical compliance and the publication compliance, but the infrastructure part I am lacking, and even the department here is so new, so they are also trying to help me, but they are very cautious that they should give only when I comply to all the specific terms. So I am in the process of that, and I think to further upgrade, I need some sort of certification. So I would be very thankful if I get support. I have been listening to the presentations in the morning, so I have recorded some of the points, but still I would like to interact with the speakers personally, and I would like to seek help. And at the end, I would like to thank IITG for giving me this opportunity for joining online, and then giving me this chance to present my work. Thank you.
Thank you once again to all the esteemed speakers for incorporating such valuable briefings about the less explored benefits of Ayurveda and herbal products. Thank you, audience, for allowing us to conduct the session so smoothly. We request everyone to kindly head over to the exhibition arena and enjoy this 15 minutes high tea session.
So please have your tea and come back so that we don't delay.
Screen है ये? Okay. So let me thank you on है. Is it okay, Anna? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Let me thank organizer for giving me opportunity to share my thoughts on such a wonderful conference and the very sensitive topic where we can contribute a lot and together. Yeah. So I'll be actually sharing my thoughts in another 10-15 minutes together. ऐसे करें अब ठीक है Is it okay now? Thank you. अभी ठीक है? Thank you. So I'll be speaking more generally about the what are cosmeceuticals, then what is the potential, what are the technologies, how can we do it. So it is very interesting to know that 4000 BC we get this evidence that okay, cosmetics and such products were existing which will enhance the beauty and other well-being also. And also Ayurveda also, as you know, we have heard a lot interesting sharing of the thoughts also by expert. And aromatherapy goes back to 3000 years back. And even in Indus Valley civilization, we have found that the red tinted lipstick was also noted. So it has the ancient references. Even in Pharmaceutical Affairs Act, Japan also defines cosmetics as really mild actions or human body and how it is applied through rubbing. The processes are also said over here. So it is well recognized the things. And when we are combining cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, it has much more to offer. Not only the beautification, but also it will support some pharmaceutical action which are desirous and which you would like to, treat your other elements. For example, if you are talking about the skincare products or so, which so many things it will have the keratin or the boosting the collagen kind of a thing. And also your textures can be improved and so on. And this is the really fastest growing segment. And how we can do it for personal care. As we are seeing I am just running through and we can go more on the technology side. So these are the few things, but where we are lagging. Now also in India, if you see, many countries, they have got the very scientifically validated things like from France or from other countries, from South Korea, USA, and so many things. And still we are using their products. Now, when you are using the cosmetics or something, my understanding is our temperaments are different, our geographical locations are different, our seasons would be different, our, the prakriti or your constitution is different. So how they are matching and how it is suitable, we do not know. They are validated in their countries or their locations and all. So it is always desirous that the product should be locally made, or the new products which we are importing also, we should see that it is compatible to all our, the requirements. So this is important, and here a lot of potentials are there, which really we need to work together, and only we will be able to see. Here this is the potential. Yeah, if you see this is the reference I found. Of course, this is all from internet kind of a references. Anybody can see also. What I found interesting is how is the potential. So unless the data is everything now, So if I have got this female consumer, this is the reference I have given down also by Divya Bharati and GP Dinesh. And what it says is 60% of women purchase cosmetic and 25% quite frequently. So you see the market size. I am meaning this is the market size. It is not only the women, other genders are also purchasing. So no, this thing. And it is always advertisement driven. And also they are all now we are all well read and Google experts, and we are using Android very frequently. So we also believe on the information what is there on Google or the references, and we decide ourselves that okay, which one we should. Oh, sorry, it has gone. So this is what is the thing, and if we have all this data and all other things, we should be able to decide ourselves. Now, after having all this information also, we may not be the right people and making right choices for any product. We do not know. I will go and buy hair dye as you are seeing, or I may go and buy some skincare, but I really do not know what type of is my skin, which is the skin, and why I am looking for what I am looking for. Many people with this oily skin, they will use the oil-rich kind of a product, which will not benefit them. And again, so the appropriateness of the available products and your thing, it's very important. So this is the base thing. And now when you see this is the potential, how we should do it. When you are talking about the India's thing, we have the rich biodiversity, and how can we do it? So these are all the few things. If, having the conducive atmosphere, our scientific institutions are there, passionate people are there, a lot of other ultra modern technologies and other machineries are also there. Can we tag it together? Now, when we are talking about India's biodiversity, being a nodal officer for the National Biodiversity and Human Well-being Mission, but still we are not able to actually exploit the complete biodiversity potential. And especially I am feeling for NER, since it is a lot of varieties there, biodiversity is there. So how can we get the gap done? Dr. Kushwaha was product you are getting it from ashwagandha from the lay man person or any other GMP approved kind of a thing. Here the main gap I feel that scientific communication. See, communities are also very good there, but unless you reach out to them in their own perspective or how you are reaching out, if you are having the framework done, when should I take out the plant tissue or something like that? Maybe as per the Ayurveda or as per the things. So we need to really work on those kind of a gap. And I am really scared when we are talking about the natural resource based product, and especially from India. Why? Because you are not having the full-fledged plan, as I am seeing, barring few exceptions may be there, but which I may not be knowing. Here the gap is there for sustainability. No proper thought is there in sustainability, that okay, suppose if one medicinal plant requires around 10 to 20 years to grow and fully mature and give you the things. Right now I feel where our industry is going, that is somebody else has done the work and we are reaping the fruits. That is what my feeling is. And if it is so, then what are the next step for replenishing? Because tissue culture is not only the proper solution. As you know, the secondary metabolites will not be actually getting accumulated or synthesized in the only in wild conditions they will be doing it, but not any standard thing. So we need to really address the gap. And in my opinion, these are the things we. Yeah. So if you are looking this cosmetic industry for an India's contribution, I think we need to look very holistically. Forget about the getting the raw material. It could be your chemical entity, it could be the hybrid, or it could be your herbal, whatever. But you need to ensure that you are getting of the same quality or so. And these are the things we need to have right from the seed to plant. or fruit. Like that strategy should be there, because otherwise then it comes branding, it comes marketing, it comes the properly packaging your product, or online or other avenues we can have the things. If we are talking about today, we have got a lot of interactions from Belgium or other countries also. They have also shown interest. It is not that people are respecting Ayurveda and showing the interest. Now, if somebody is showing interest in us or our product or our anything what is indigenized or whatever, yeah, I think it is double responsibility on ourselves. Because first of all, we are representing Ayurveda. We are talking that 3,000 years plus our system is there. So the baton is on our shoulder to prove ourselves and supply the quality kind of a material. It could be, and it should be transparent also. So how can we use it? As they were saying, right from the complete value chain cycle, if somebody can make it. Can we make the GI tag and say that amla from Himalayan region, which is having the gallic and epigalic acid, more content and other medicinal metabolites are there. And if you grow here, 85% water is there, 15% only the constituents are there. So the Chavanprash or any amla product made by the normally grown or the nursery grown or whatever, I mean in a bulk grown, would be the potential would be different. So these are all the few things, and when we are going through the natural sources, you have to be very, very careful. Supposing if oil variety you are having 1 spoon, that means the normal variety, how many spoons I should eat for getting the same this thing. Plus the body weight, your prakriti, your geographical, so many things are there. So if you are having the transparency in your product sheet, that will be more meaningful in my opinion. And these are the things how we can virtual use and the personalized experience. If the customer, and you are talking about the cosmeceuticals, so you should have the virtual experiences more. You can have the fullest exploitation of the Android things. You can make the good apps. You can have the feeling. If you can have the photographs of your screen, you can have the match and then get the things virtually also, so that the personalized feeling will be there. You can choose any of the product. We are not marketing anything, but at least you should know about your this thing. So you can effectively use your AR, VR also. And so personalized care is very important. There are so many things you can create the models while testing. Also, you can have the DNA or PCR technologies, or compared to animal experiments, can you also have the parallel things, so that the testing mechanisms you should have. You should create the models, apps, or so many things. Means other than your herbal and the product making or the so these are all the few things I thought I'll just run through and then come to the way forward. Now this is the anti-aging and rejuvenation. This is a very sensitive area. Everybody, even though they are 60, 80 plus or whatever, our lifespan has increased. So you should feel confident all the time and elated. So you should look young, because younger thing everybody likes. So how can you use this kind of a rejuvenation, and where your Ayurveda, nanotechnology, or some good ingredients can we combine together, and can we do it? Again, it is age related. So again, the skin texture, the absorption, and the further things also you need to take into account and make the fullest use. So this is anti-aging and rejuvenation. Similarly, the skin analysis, if you can make this thing, smartly, if you can do your skin analysis or something like that, texture or something, and then suggest, so that will be good. And this is again a blockchain kind of a technology where you, many people, they are using it. Many branding companies are also using, which way you are choosing your product and so on. So you can have the good packaging and understanding of your product by using this 3D printing technology. The most thing is that you can use the artificial intelligence, a very, very important thing, though it is not directly related, but yes, it is required. because now you are in IIT Guwahati, which is the your trend, which products you are finding it. Now we are stressors are quite a bit. Everybody I am seeing under stress, many of the people, not during COVID, even post COVID, because we are using both ways. You know, in a physical meeting also, physical mode also, you are in person, you are attending the meeting, but virtually also. So we are not taking care of ourselves. And why, if you see, the skincare products, why so much in demand? Because if you see that skin is the last kind of a thing. So whatever stressors and our responses are happening, if the absorption is completely over, then only it will be manifested through skin. And that is also a worrisome thing, because we are not taking care of our body or ourselves. So that is why this product necessity is also there. So this is the thing, and nanotechnology you can use. Today only, I think from a NSIC person came, and he was telling that they have got from IIT Kanpur startup, they made one nanoparticle making machine. And so such kind of things are already available. We need to actually put it together in a very thematic way and in a very focused way. And you can mix and match, we can do it. Some way forward, I thought I will just make it. I think it is just a minute. Yeah, it is anyway. These are all the things. So I feel from my side, some of the things are not. I think this is a different version, but doesn't matter. This is the last thing I am going to say. So I feel to take this thing forward, unless you have your focus agenda, and literally we need to have the mission mode. Come what may, any product or any plant, you can take it up. But if you are thinking that, okay, I want to make a skincare product or whatever, so you decide, and we need to do very, very aggressive efforts for that. Another thing is, it is a teamwork. And if can we support livelihood, can we have the pre-processing kind of a thing done? Can we have the proper awareness for our SHGs or for our thing? Because government also has NRLM or so many other initiatives to support. So if we can use those kind of a things, your burden of your efforts can also come down. At the same time, you can put the every effect very synergistic way. And everybody will say, okay, I want to contribute. I am contributing for that kind of a thing. So that I means this is what my experience all throughout. I am sure everybody has the same experience. So how can we do that thing? And for any technological help, we can make this downsizing the machinery or something. At least pre-processing can be done, so that here economical benefit also is ensured for this thing. Also, I would request Dr. Kushwa or any Ayurveda expert that can we have the plan B for the poor farmers by suggesting them the medicinal plants, because we do not know how we can grow. Maybe intercrops है या some other things हैं, तो कोई climate change भी हो गया, तभी मेरे पास 100 रुपया नहीं मिलेगा, तभी I can get some 50 rupees to pull on. You know, I cannot go to the extreme kind of a thing and यही कर देंगे. So we can see all these things, and the different types of senses you can have. You can have the libraries to understand. Now, supposing if I'm growing some XYZ plant there, and we do not know that particular thing hai ki nahi hai. So without anything digitally, they can share the image. You may have the library, what is the authentic kind of a thing, match it and get the technological or any other guidance we can give it to the people, so we can stay connected. So how can we use those things and supply sustainability? These are all the things. The main thing is for quality control test. Forget about your regularities and other things. They are already there in the place. But can we create our own kind of a thing? Suppose particular plant, if it is a liquid extract and if it is the compounds that are not so stable, can we formulate our own thing which is doable?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
This thing actually probably we will get some answer in our.
Sure, we will. Yeah.
We are going to have an NIR technology.
Okay, we will do it. And last thing I thought, the center of excellence, when we are seeing the NER kind of potential, there has to be the center of excellence, because since your products are, you can send it by post also, and anybody can analyze and give you the report. I have seen a very beautiful example here, that is from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. It can be used as a parallel thing. Okay? So they have some project, they actually run this project long back, and where the company from Denmark or so, they have the miniaturized food processing lab. So just 200 square feet or something, I exactly don't know, but a very, very doable kind of a thing. But the high class steel or whatever, exactly miniaturized thing, they have done it. And now what happens is, any entrepreneur, because it is a educational institution, there are students and other experts are also there. So they will do the quality control kind of a thing. Entrepreneur comes there. मेरे पास 5 kgs mangoes are there. ठीक है, टक he will cut, make people go pay some money. So it is a self-sustainable kind of a thing. If they want to make a juice or any kind of a jam or something, their small autoclave will be there. All those things are laid down. And what happens is, you are getting the quality product. So similarly, for this kind of a cosmeceutical or something, you lay down your requirement, a pre-processing kind of a thing, not too clumsy also. CSIR also, or so many other people, they have the distilleries or extraction or some other things. If you have those things, can we do those kind of a thing? And the testing lab is important. So maybe here NIPER is nearby, IIT Guwahati and their teamwork, Dr. Siddharth is there, their complete school is there, so that it is ongoing. And again, it is a self-sustainable model. Initially, you may like to have investing so much other things. And today, I really was very happy to hear from Dr. Tanuja also, that from National Medicinal Plant Board, they will be able to support such kind of a thing. So I think I will urge to all the people, even we from PS's office, we can also contribute an advisory capacity or whichever way, because we have got the good knowledge connections and knowledge institutions thing. And let us make proud, whatever you may say. It could be a health drink for all 5 nanoparticles dalke, this gold, silver, copper डाल के एक healthy water, healthy jala, पी लो, अच्छा हो जाएगा. Any innovative things are there, startups are there. Another thing, Dr. Siddharth, I would like to suggest you. See, here many startups are there. Today also she was talking about bamboo tea. So any pilot or that kind of idea where you need that S&T to be supported for a good documentation. So that would be also very welcoming thing. And those entrepreneurs or those students who would like to share the ideas, maybe that could have been taken. I also spoken with NIPER chairperson. So he also was showing quite willingness. So this kind of a things, today is also Ayush Ministries, Dr. R.K. Sharma and their complete team came. So can we amalgamate or can we think about it? So thank you for your patient listening. Thank you. I would just like to acknowledge the support and the always the thing from my PSA, Dr. A.K. Sood, Scientific Secretary, Dr. Maini, and the presentation, those who have helped me, one young professional, Dr. Siddharth Day, and Ms.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your informative words. Now I would like to invite Mr. E.Z. George, Manager, Customer Support, Sales in Asia Regional Office, Geotech India Private Limited, to give us the insights about the application of NIR in herbal product quality control and research.
This one here, yes.
So, good evening, everybody. So it's I know that it's a very late section. It is but okay, it is a hectic for everybody. And first of all, I would like to thank to invite us for this seminar, as well as giving an opportunity to give our presentation in the late evening also. But yeah, it's okay, fine. So I will try to complete it as early as possible. So we believe and we make changes, that is the matter. So that is a slogan of our company. So this is a presentation about that one. Myself is Ebenezer Zachariah George. You can call me George, and I'm working as a manager customer support for Asia and East Africa region. I'm working in the instrumentation companies from the last more than 32 years time. So I have handled many instruments like NIR, densitymeter, viscometers, and then polarimeters, then fermenters, many of the instruments I have handled in my life. Yeah. Something about the Zoetek. It is written as a Zoetek, but it is as a German pronunciation. We call it as a Zoetek GmbH. It is a German. It is located in Rendsburg. Rendsburg is nearer to Hamburg and very close to Kiel. Kiel, it was famous in the Second World War time. So all this submarine, everything, it was coming to that area. Then we have our Indian office. It is in Bangalore. It is not an Indian office. I can say it is a Asia region. It is covering from our Bangalore office. So this is some organization chart of India. So as Madam said, it is a use of NIR spectralizer in quality control. And this is NIR is an approved method by FSSAI. And also you can do the quality control for the incoming raw materials, intermediate process, and the finished goods. So all the quality parameters can be analyzed through NIR. So all the qualitative and the quantitative instruments used for the food and other research application, universities, industrial applications, everything can be covered through NIR. So here, what is NIR? So NIR means it is a near infrared spectroscopy. So the I mean, maybe in the next slide. Yeah, here you can see it. There is a range, the wavelength, it is in between, lying in between 800 to 2500 nanometer. It is called as NIR because sorry, above 2500 nanometer, it is IR. So it is very close to IR. That means it is nearer to IR. So it is known as near infrared. Or the other things you can see that visible range, it is lying around 400 nanometer. UV, it is coming less than that one, and X-ray, it will be below that one. and below that one it will be gamma rays. So it will be going in that way. So the untouchable range, it was 1100 to 2500 nanometer. That was the real NIR range. Now it has been extended to 800 nanometer. Now again it has extended up to 400 nanometer also, even for some color option or the visible range it is there. So some optionality is there, but even though it is in a transmitted mode, we will be taking up to 570 nanometers. So it will be having more penetration because it is a transmission. So transmission means you need to have more penetration. So less nanometer, as per the physics, the less nanometer it is having a more penetration. So you are using that one only for the transmission method. Otherwise, it will be all trans-reflectance, you can say. So it will be. It means the sample, the light, it is penetrating inside the sample and reflecting that one. So I'll go back. Yeah. So the biggest advantage of this NIR, it is a non-destructive type. There is no sample preparation. Though sample, we are not destructing anything. Some of the samples it will be there, just like fruits or vegetables, I can say. Or meat, I can say. So it will be just mincing that one. Otherwise, there is no sample preparation along with some chemicals or anything like that. So nothing it is there. So the biggest advantage it is that it is an intelligent spectrometer and deduce the multiple chemical properties at the same time, and no chemical reagents or any harsh chemical cleaning agents it is required. But being a secondary method, it needs the only thing it is that you need a calibration for that one. For each and every parameter, for each and every product it is there. So what I can say, it is a primary method means I can say it is a HPLC, GC or a pH meter or a conductivity or those things, or wet chemistry method. Whatever it is, a conventional method which is using, that is the primary method. So along with the primary method, we will be making the calibration, taking that reference value and then doing the calibration along with the product only. It is not a standards, it is there. There is no standards. If it is a UV visible spectrophotometer, I can say you will be taking a distilled water or maybe any other sample. So when you are getting the linearity, the higher side, so you'll be getting a curve and then you will be doing the calibration. But here you need the real sample along with the reference value. So you will be getting the, you will be doing the calibration for that. So this one I explained, and yeah, there is a two things it is there. One is a light source and the detector. So here it is a transmitting. So the wavelength it is starting from 570 to 1100 nanometer. Optionally it can be 850 to 1100 nanometer also. But in a transfer reflectance, it is a complete wavelength we are using, 800 to 2500 nanometer. So there is a two different type of. But anybody is asking anything? No. Okay. So here you can see the first one. It is the transfer reflectance. The spectra it will be in this way, and if it is a transmittance, the spectra it will be in this way. It is a completely scanning one. So that is a filter model which will be more accurate. We have both the models. It is there. Yeah, this is the advantages of NIR over a traditional wet chemistry method. So traditional wet chemistry method means you need a lot of time, and in NIR it will be everything. It will be in seconds only, and it is a destructive type. Here it is a non-destructive method, and then needs lots of sample preparation. In NIR there is no sample preparation as such. There is no reagent it is required. There is no much manpower, because suppose if you need to analyze 5 parameters at a time, so you need 5 instruments. If, for example, if it is a pH, there is a pH meter. Then color is a separate instrument. For fat, it will be a different instrument. Protein, it will be different, and the moisture, it will be different. So you need 5 instruments at a time to do the analysis of 5 parameters. But in NIR, all the parameters it will be done, the analyzed in one shot and in less than a minute time. So yeah, here the last one, it is a simultaneous measurement of several parameters at a time. So here you can see that is the overview of the two type of instruments. The yellow one that we call it as a grain analyzer. So basically it is for the grains at the floors and the pulses all it is there. And the other one, it is a complete NAR instruments which can be used for many parameters and many products it is there. So this instrument we are recently supplied to, not recently, 1.5 years back, we have supplied to Gujarat Agriculture Marketing, that is under ENAM project. It is a 122 instruments at a time. That was the biggest and the only one order. It has happened till so far from India. That means only one instrument and that much of numbers it is there. So all the mandis of Gujarat now they are having this instrument, and all the farmers they are getting the payment on the basis of that protein or the moisture or the if it is a mustard, then I can say it is a oil percentage on that way it is happening. So the other instrument, it can be used for everything. That means it can be for the food, it can be for the oil, it can be for spices, it can be for the extracts, it can be for the medicines, it can be for chips, for the bakery products, for the meat, for the fish, or any incoming raw materials, dairy products, anything. So here, simple example I am giving it is a grains, cereals, pulses, oil seeds, and the flour we can be used for that instrument. For the analysis of these parameters, moisture, protein, fat or oil, and sedimentation, gluten, ash, carbohydrates, fiber, and test weight, we can be used for this instrument. So some of the advantages of this instrument has optical length and there is no wavelength drift. Easy to operate, maintenance free. So the results it will be coming like this. So it will be the first page. You can scroll it to second page, third page, fourth page. It can be done in that way. So this is the one which we call it as a complete mini lab. So we are having a same instrument. We are having some different models are there. Slightly different it will be there, but otherwise basic instrument is the same. Then along with that one, we are having some of the drawer it is there. The first one you can see it is a standard drawer. Those that standard drawer it can accommodate most of the cups it is there. Second one it is a rotating drawer. Basically it is for the grains as well as the non-homogeneous samples it is there. So it is rotating, always it is rotating, and then giving the taking the average of that result and giving you the final result it is there. So the same drawer you can use it for other products also, but we are having another one. It is specifically for the liquid. So just like milk, beer or wine or liquor or any tea or any coffee or anything in the form of liquid that can be analyzed in that. So then we are having a different type of cups are there. Typical cups are there. Depends on the application. Some of the slides, the last one it is a viscous cup. I can say it is for the honey, syrup or any Ayurvedic products it is there. There we can use it any Chyawanprash, we can use it. And second, this one, the next one it is slide cup. It is using it for the any type of oils or a key. Then we have other cups. It is for the meat. Yeah, meat analysis, and then something it is for the closed cup, it is for the powder cup, it is there. Then cream for the butter, then cheese, then grains, non-homogeneous items. Then open cup it is for jam, jelly, mayonnaise, or pickles. Those things it can be done it. Yeah, this is the basic instrument and typical applications is showing grain, seeds, fodder, silage, powder, liquids or paste or many things can be done. So the advantages of specification of the instrument. So maybe you have seen the instrument. We are having a stall over here. If you have not seen that one, you can come and see that one, which instrument and what is the function of that instrument, how it is functioning. Some of the small demo we can show it for the how the working of that instrument, and some of the cups we brought it. You can see that one also. So the key features and then the application overview. The same instrument, you can use it for along with a different typical cup. You can use it for the food, grains, flour, dairy, meat, olive, beer, spirit or sugar milling, wine, feed or herbal extracts, and threads. Many things we can use it for that. So there is some example it is giving. It is not complete. It is only some example we are giving. We cannot write it completely. If it is a wheat, we can say it is a moisture, protein, gluten, starch, hardness, hectoliter weight. Barley, same way it is. And the canola, corn, soybeans, rice, malt, and green malt. Those things, it is a simple example only. You can go till almost more than 15, 16 parameters you can go at a time. So that means 16 parameters at a time you can get it from the single shot. That is less than a minute time. So same thing it is for plant extracts, pharma, Ayurvedic products, dairy, herbal extracts, food, herbal supplements, spices, oils, tobacco, coffee, tea. Yeah, it's food, dairy, all those things we are talking about that one. Spices, different type of spices we can do. There's some examples about the spices. This is a turmeric. You can use it for the main thing. It is a moisture and the curcumin. Curcumin content mainly now this as you know that it is for the cancer. They will be treating the cancer through this curcumin. So many places we can see they will be extracting the curcumin and then rest of the things only will be getting as a turmeric powder in the market. So here you can check the turmeric for the curcumin content or the moisture or the fat or the oil content. All those things can be done. Yeah, then the red chili, some of them, it is not completely. In a red chili, we have around 9 parameters can be analyzed. Already we have developed the calibration for that one. Then asafoetida hing, some of them it is some coriander seeds, some application over. Yeah, these are the typical applications we have developed for these companies. Just like a dabur honey, then coconut oil, then I think this is mustard oil. Yeah. And then Kevin Care, this is maybe you will be knowing that it is Kevin's, that is the first milkshake came in this Tetra Pak. So they have, this is a milk, it is there, they have the ghee, butter. Ghee we will not be available in India because completely 100% it is exporting. So as madam told you, said it is some of the personal care. So Kevin Care, they are making that personal care as well as the food also, breakfast food, and there's these things. So they are using it for this quality control purpose for their hair care and then the personal care cream and all those things they will be using. So the latest one typical application came, it is for that you say for the hair swatch. So before applying the color, you must know that what is the moisture level and the protein level. So accordingly, you have to apply this color and those things. So that is the latest. So we are in a development of that application. It's a totally different one. Even I never had that. Recently only we got that one. So, but it is possible. Yeah, Hamdard, you can say this is a completely Ayurvedic product. It is a Safi, and then they are having a Solin, and then Ruafsa, of course, it is stopped, but then they are having some other syrup, it is there. So they'll be doing that, all those things, it is developed by for this Hamdard. Yeah, this is Society Tea. This is a company name is known as Amar Food. So it is in Gujarat, Rajkot nearby. And this is the brand name, it is known as a society. So they are having a premixed tea along with the herbal extracts. So they will be checking all this sugar, caffeine, then herbal extracts. Completely it's organic items they will be doing. So then Patanjali, they are the one who is where we have done the calibration, developed the calibration for what is it? Chyawanprash. Okay, so that is a typical application. Everybody is not having. Only Dabur and Patanjali, they have developed the calibration for Chyawanprash. So many applications are there, which we will not be disclosing over here. So we cannot do that. Then this is Mahatma Gandhi Phule Krishi Vidyalaya. It is in Rahuri, Maharashtra. There they are having 3 instruments. So all different type of grains and lots of oil seeds they are developing that one. So it is there are 3 instruments. All it is working fine and very good. Properly it is working. And this is ITC. That is for the tobacco. Tobacco leaves, and then they will be checking for the nicotine, chloride and sugar content. So this is a new development, we have done it. And another one, it is a racket bagger. That is for the move. And another one, madam, you said it is a TNAU, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. They are doing the cavity along with our instrument. Okay, so for your information, all the grains and now the next crop they will be doing it, the fruits and everything, it will be there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is a chemometric software. This is the software for using it for the calibration of the instrument. It is completely developed by Zoetech. All our team, they are sitting in Bangalore. 7-8 people, they are sitting over there. So they have developed the calibration software, developing everything. So if there is any bug or anything, the clearing everything, all those things, it is happening in Bangalore office for that. So support we are doing. It is the application support we are doing for the calibration, development, training, and outside on-site or online support, I can say. And service support, it is our post sales, installation, maintenance, everything it will be done. Software support, it is for database management, web server connectivity, and online support for any software problems or anything. Upgradation of the software, we are not going there and doing. So everything it will be online. Yeah, how the spectralizer useful for the herbal medicines development. So there are certain, I just put one journal only. I am having a 3 or 4 journal, it is there. It is just published, but it is not mentioned anywhere that which parameters are possible, which parameters can be, in which wavelength it is coming over there. So it is only mentioned that one. But what it is there here, you can intelligent approach and everything can be done. So suppose if you are having the instrument along with the IIT Guwahati, we can develop that one. We can do the publishing of that one. In that case, IIT Guwahati will be the first organization developing and publishing about the details of any herbal extracts or any what I can say, it is medicinal plants extracts in worldwide. So everybody is having only a simple journal, it is there, but nobody has given any disclose. Nobody has disclosed anything about that one. So if you are doing that one, you will be the first organization giving the complete details about that. But moisture, it is this wavelength, it is coming, protein is coming, total solid is coming. This is the wavelength where we have to use it. And these are the, even we can publish the that calibration data also. Yeah, this is some of our corporate clients. You can see Rocket, it is a starch manufacturer worldwide. It's a corn starch basically. Then I cannot see that one. Okay. Buller, it is for the milling, and then yeah, some of them you can see that. Yeah. So this is the corporate companies, and we have other companies also there. Just like all the institutes and yeah, you see, say Manipur, I think it. What is it? Manipur, that is a CSIR, it is there. They are using. Oh yeah. NEH, ICR, NEH, ADHC. Imphal it is. That is the ICR unit it is. I am not remembering the name of that institute it is here. Is it East? AIST? Yeah, I think so. Okay. No, it is in Manipur. Imphal itself. ICR unit is there. Yeah. So they are having our instrument. They are using for the some vegetable, but I don't know exactly that what they are using because it's a research institute. We cannot say that also. They are also having. Okay, thank you. And thanks for your time and patience to hear me. I hope that you are not getting bored for it because it is a last section. Yeah. So hope that everything is fine. Thank you once again for giving an opportunity for us to give this time. Thank you. Thanks again. Yeah, you're sure. Yeah. You are talking about the analysis type. It's only 1 minute. Yeah, if it is a one parameter or 2 parameter or 10 parameter, the time is 1 minute. Yeah, you have to do the calibration by feeding the reference value. No, initially you have to give the reference value, but we have some of the good calibrations. Millets we have good calibration. Yeah, all kind of millets. But again, the thing is that crop to crop, there might be a difference can be there. So if it is not there, then there is no problem. If it is there, you have to add maybe 5 or 10 samples along with the existing calibration. You are not going to do any new calibration. It is a existing calibration. Along with that one, you will be adding 5 or 10 samples. That depends on the value. Otherwise, nothing. Yeah. So whether it is a 1 parameter or whether it's a 10 parameter, the time consuming it is same because it takes 1 full round for the rotation. So if it is a 1 parameter, if it is a 10 parameter, so the rotation time it is 10 minutes. No, it's almost around 35 seconds. Then analyzing and displaying the time. So it is actually it is 45 seconds only, but we call it as less than 1 minute. Yeah, you can give the whole grains also. Pardon? Paddy also you can do it. You can use it for the rice. Yeah, I have the instrument. You can just see that one. You can use it for the rice, wheat, millet, sorghum. What else I got? Maize, groundnut, mustard. Then pulses just like dal or rajma. What else? Chola. You can do it for everything. Yeah, here in my no, but 1 second. Yeah, you're talking about this one. Yeah, basically instruments, everything it is same. Okay, so yeah, food and the dairy, there is a small difference it is there. This dairy, it can accommodate the liquid also. Yeah, here I have shown that last one, it is third one. Last one, it is a liquid dryer. So flex means it can accommodate. Sorry. Yeah, no, in dairy, you need a liquid dryer. But in dairy, yeah, but in that case means you can do it everything. Yes, and that's what my question. Yeah, it is everything. In dairy means you can use it for even you can use it for the food items also. Same instrument you can use it for the spices also or oil also. Only thing you need this cup. Some of the cups you have to buy it and then you can do it. No need of going for any other instruments. Same instrument it will be done. So here only thing we are just giving an example These are the different type of instruments. Otherwise, it is same. Cost of the instrument. Actually, I'm not the I'm not the salesperson. I'm heading the service department only for Asia region and Africa now. But I know a little bit of the pricing about that one. Main thing it is that here one is the basic instrument, and what you are going to analyze. So along with that one, you have to take the accessories. It is not necessary to go for entire accessory. Suppose if you are going only for oil, so you need that only this one slide cup. Yeah, and the first drop, nothing else. So suppose if you are going for different items, so it is keep on adding your cost. It is there. So I cannot say that this is the cost of that. So I can say roughly it comes starting around 28 to 30 lakh. It will be starting. It can go up to 50-55 lakh also. But that is only for the dairy and all those industries. It's not necessary. Oil and all we are not considered as a liquid. It is oil is oil. It is not liquid. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, feed and I could not get it. Yeah. You mean to say any other parameter? Yeah, you can go for anything. You can go for the moisture, you can go for the curcumin, you can go for the fat content, oil content, oleoresin or anything like that. If it is a pepper, then piperine, yeah, polyphenol, yeah, everything it is possible. Yeah, it is possible. Here we have just given an example. I cannot write all the things, everything it is in the small slide it is there. Then you need a 3-4 slides extra. So it is possible, yeah. And saponification value, unsaponification index, yeah, FFA, everything. Yeah, it is possible. Only thing you have to develop a calibration. Yes, some of the calibration I have, the basic one, but along with that one, you have to develop more, along with the more sample cities. Any more? Anything else? Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you once again to all the esteemed speakers for delivering such thought-provoking address and set the platform with insightful outlook. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Siddharth Sinha to deliver his closing remarks on the successful completion of Day 1 on this very informative seminar.
Thank you so much, Laura. I didn't take much time. We are really thankful to all the speakers in all 3 technical sessions. In the first session, we had Dr. Dinesh Mahajan, Professor Dr. R.K. Sharma, and Professor Tomio Yabe from Japan. So they gave us really a deep insight on preclinical and clinical aspects of herbal product research. Then we did have a session on global business potential. Here, we wanted to see the case studies from various types of herbal products. Of course, couple of speakers we missed there, but to make it up, Professor K.R. Kohli gave us a real insight on Ayurvedic products.
Similarly, Dr. Vijay Pratap Kushwaha, Managing Director of Ayurveda Healthcare, he also enlightened us the kind of opportunities nowadays we are having for Ayurvedic product in global market, and of course the associated challenges with us. Then we had two young professionals, young startups. One was on herbal tea, Miss Akshaya Sri from TAD Udyog, and the other one is on herbal cosmetics, Miss Sujata from Kumshumbam Products, Manipur. Then, of course, in the last session, we had two very insightful lectures. One from Dr. Mrs. Ketaki Bapat, who enlightened us with advanced technologies for cosmeceuticals, and I'm sure her inspiring words would help us in devising some holistic, policy for creation of a hub for cosmeceuticals manufacturing. And last but not the least, we heard about NIR technologies in herbal products from Mr. George of Zoitech India Private Limited. Thank you all the speakers, and thank you all the participants for having patience and hearing all these insightful lectures. We hope that tomorrow also we are going to get a full house. We have some very interesting lectures and sessions tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow we will have a way forward session in our valedictory session. I'll urge everybody to be there, because from there we are going to have some way forward where probably all of us can get involved in herbal product manufacturing sector, whether we are from academia or industry, or we are startup or even researchers. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
After having this kind of interactive things, if you have any ideas to take this framework or something forward for making hub or having those kind of a thing, I would like to share your ideas with Dr. Siddharth, and then we can take it further. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you everyone for your gracious presence and valuable blessings.